Thank you for joining us in such a high number. This is a hybrid event. Some of you are here with us. Some of you are watching us from your homes or offices. And in total, we are more than 200 people. This event is organized under the framework of ANIMA project. It is a research project under Horizon 2020 that focuses on aviation noise research. And today, our speakers, they will present us some of the results delivered in the project, but also some of the tools that they use to mitigate the aviation noise impact the impact that aviation noise has on local communities. I'm very delighted to thank you to our host today, the City of Vienna and the Vienna International Airport. And I would like to introduce our first speaker today, our President from Airport Regions Council, Mr. Valentin. Thank you very much, Eric.
A wonderful good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very glad to welcome you here at the Viennese airport in Schwechat. It's not in the territory of the city of Vienna, but that's our strong connection. We are partly owner of this airport, and this is one of the successful stories, I think, where we are standing now. I'm very happy that we are here together in the first hybrid conference. It's hopefully a step in somebody is telling me in a new reality, but I do not know what's the new in the reality, and therefore I'm a little bit not sure if I find it happy that we are now in a new reality, but I hope that the reality in the future will be that we have conferences live and we can discuss in that form. It's an enormous amount of participants with 200 to all that now see us by live stream and by video conference. Warm welcome. Yes, we are in a situation where we are very thankful to work together with ANIMA. ANIMA is one of that issues which are relevant even for the Viennese airport. And I think there are two parts of discussion, and we should try not to mix it. It's a discussion of CO2 emissions. It's a global phenomenon. We have to discuss if aviation indeed is the main point of the discussion. Everybody who is discussing CO2 emissions are discussing aviation. Last figures I saw, it's 2.3 to 2.8% of the total CO2 emissions. For example, nobody is speaking about it. Internet, Facebook, and friends are more than 15%. Nobody speak about. And therefore, I think it's one of our duties to think about how we get better in that point, but it's not fair only to speak at meat, traffic, and aviation if we are talking about CO2 emissions. And therefore, the city of Vienna is doing a concept where we're more looking for traffic, for the model split of the traffic in the city. We are looking more for the producing of energy and how to produce energy. And the second point, which is where we in Vienna, and I'm very glad that several friends from the citizen movements around the airport of Vienna, they are here. Is the question of noise. Every airport that is near to a city, near to villages, and no successful airport is not near a city or near a village, because traffic needs people that are using the offers. It's therefore, I think, necessary to have an open and transparent and a democratic discussion. In Vienna and with the villages around the airport here, we started this process. It has the name a little bit, it's Deutsch, it's German, and it's not too easy. Dialogforum. Dialogue is okay. Forum, everybody who has interests is around the airport. We have started this process with the start of this century. And that this process is successful shows us that we have no other forms of discourse than the democratic discourse. We have no demonstrations in Vienna. We had not people there come to that in demonstrations like in other venues. And I can tell you something which is a little bit secret. The authority which is deciding where planes are flying or not, they ask this group of citizens around the airport what they will accept before they decide. And this is, we have today in the agenda, you have the question of dialogue, of a transparent dialogue. I think one of the essential things is that you tell the truth. The truth is not every time it's a good news. But if you tell the truth, you have the possibility, the chance for a fair discussion. And this is one of the things ARC is telling their members. We are very happy and proud that in these difficult times of pandemic situation, ARC grows and offers their members more help and more the discussion, communication about best practice than in other times. Yes, and the day-to-day I see as one of the last steps of ANIMA. I know that in autumn the process will be ended in the conference. I hopefully see in the future that this process is not stopped then. Hopefully that we can continue this work, because noise is one of the most problems, of the biggest problems in surrounding of an airport. I wish you a fine day here in Vienna. We did our best to make a good temperature here and to have real summer outside. So it's, I hope, for a good alternative not to sit in the sun, but to work here in this modern building. It's, but perhaps my friend, the CEO of the airport, Julian Jäger, good morning, Julian, will tell you this. It's this room and these buildings here, they are finished while the pandemic situation, so that we are one of the first. They can use this new building, and it is hopefully everything is technical going okay. But we are the first, so yes, we can try. We are the first for the first step in this building. I wish you a fine day here at the airport. Hopefully, you have time enough to spend perhaps 1 or 2 days more in Vienna. It's hot, but it's nice, because that's what we feel as a problem. Is good for tourists. We have not so much in the days. And you see the city indeed, and no Chinese groups, and nothing else is between you and the historical buildings. Hopefully that we will get not in a new reality, but in the old reality, plus perhaps some green ideas more, where the people accept more than tourism, more aviation, in a way, and accept that if you want to have something from an industry, you have to give a little bit. I think this is one of the truths, and everybody who tells you that you have to give nothing and get all, this person is lying. Thank you very much for coming to Vienna. Have a nice day, and I'm looking forward to your discussions.
Thank you very much, Eric, and very well pointed. This is why we are here today, for transparent and democratic discussion, and ANIMA is doing quite some collective research efforts to reach that. Our next speaker is the CEO of Vienna Airport, Mr. Julian Jäger. Thank you very much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to Vienna Airport, and to the airport city of Vienna. This building has been finished, as Erich pointed out, just a couple of months ago. It's one of the most eco-friendly buildings in Austria, and we are very optimistic that after the pandemic, we will see many conferences here, and I do hope to see a lot of conferences which are not in hybrid form or mainly online, but more personal than nowadays. I think it's a big success to welcome not only here 40 people in this room, but I think around 160 at home in their offices or in their living rooms. So a warm welcome to you out there as well. And we do hope that in the coming years you find some time to visit Vienna and beautiful Austria. First of all, a big thank you to the city of Vienna, to ARC, and its president Erich Valentin, and the ANIMA team for bringing this conference here today to Vienna. Before I would like to talk a bit about our mediation process and the so-called dialogue forum, I would like to point out some things about the current situation of airports and the aviation industry as a whole. I think, and this hits the villages around airports and airport regions, I think, as well, is that the economic situation of the aviation industry has changed essentially overnight, from one extreme probably to the other extreme. When I'm looking back to March 2020, our biggest worry was how would we survive bringing 35 million passengers through Vienna Airport in the summer of 2020. We just had published our record results of 2019 with 32 million passengers, and on all aspects 2019 was a record year for tourism in Vienna and for the airport and the aviation industry in Austria. Now, I mean, we all know the result. We had now for many months around 10% of the passenger numbers we used to have before the pandemic. We are right now at somewhere between 20–25% of what we used to have, and we are hoping now to see a spike in numbers in summer, maybe up to 50%. But personally, I think the pandemic is not over yet. I hope that we are in the last quarter of this battle, but still, I mean, usually I could have told you our passenger numbers of July now probably, with a difference of a few thousand. Today, we really don't know how many flights actually will take off and land, and what the load factors will be. So we, in the aviation industry and in the tourism industry, I think we live in an uncertainty we've never experienced before. What this brings is obviously that companies which were spoiled with excellent financial results are now getting subsidies from governments. We are working now for the last 14 months with a short working scheme, which is a very generous scheme from the Austrian government, and which helps us to keep our people in work, essentially. I mean, it's tough for our employees. I mean, we all earn at least 80% less, 20% less than what we used to earn. But in the end, this is the only way to keep 5,000 people in this company in work, and we do hope that we will see a huge improvement next year and in the years to follow. We've been very active in testing. We were one of the first airports to have a test center at the airport. And we've been very active now in vaccinating not just our employees, but all the other employees engaged in companies here at the airport. And we are talking always roughly that 20 to 25,000 people actually work here at the airport, 5,000 of them being employees of Vienna Airport. One thing, and with having ANIMA here as a European project, I feel it's important to mention one aspect of the pandemic we've seen in the last month as well, which unfortunately is, in my point of view, not the biggest success story of European cooperation. And I think what we see today in terms of travel restrictions, in terms of different standards all across the European Union, is not a good example for what was the actual success story of Europe and the European Union. I think what made the European Union successful and big was coordinating with each other, having the same regulations all over the European Union. And what we are seeing today is a lot of politicians acting just out of the second or minute, or maybe they're looking forward 1 or 2 weeks, but I don't see a lot of effort for European coordination. And we've seen so many bad examples in the last 12 months how to fight the pandemic, like flight bans and landing bans. But it's to no avail if you don't allow a plane to fly from London to Vienna, if it's absolutely okay for airlines to fly from London to Bratislava, which is just 45 minutes away from Vienna. So I think there's a clear lack in European coordination, and we would need to connect the Schengen system, which I think works perfectly well. When we want to determine if somebody is allowed to enter the Schengen area, with health checks and health control. I think this would be definitely necessary, because one other aspect we are missing in Europe is as well. Right now, we are not a domestic market. And we see from an economic point of view that the big domestic markets like China, like the US, they're already regaining speed in tourism, in the aviation industry, and in the economic upturn in general. So I think it would be extremely important to have the utmost possible freedom of travel within the European Union and within the Schengen area, and strict controls for people who enter from outside the Schengen area. So I think there would be better ways to fight the pandemic, but in either way, I think with successful vaccination programs, we will see significantly better passenger numbers in 2022 and 2023. And at the latest then, I think the main issue of this conference, noise, will be back on the agenda. I joined Vienna Airport in 2002. And ever since then, noise was the dominating discussion point with the villages around the airport, with the NGOs representing citizens who are affected by noise, with politicians, with representatives of the regional governments. And I think together we developed a very successful system here for discussion, as Erich said, for a democratic way to discuss the burden and the benefits of aviation in the area, and to try our best to distribute both the benefits and the burdens as fair as possible. It was just in the last few years that the CO2 discussion with climate change took a bit over the discussion, and I would like to join Erich in saying that there's too much focus on the aviation industry. And at the same time, my impression is that the whole aviation industry is fully aware that we have to change. Because personally, I'm sure that globally we will see the aviation industry growing again, because the underlying factors, the need for people to cooperate, I think the global connections in terms of economy. I think even the will of the people to meet other people, to learn about other cultures, other countries, this won't go away. So I think globally we will see aviation growing, and therefore we need to change the way how aviation is done. And personally, I think you have to solve this problem with biofuels, with synthetic fuel, because this is the only way how to achieve something in the next 5 to 10 years. I think we are too slow to wait for other means of aircraft and so on. So I think this should be the focus of the whole discussion. Right now, it's pretty quiet around airports, but this will change hopefully in the next few years, and therefore I think noise will be even a bigger point on the agenda, because now that people got used to relatively calm summer days in their garden, I think the reaction will be even tougher. So the need for us to cooperate and to discuss will be even more than in the past. We are aware that community engagement needs to be comprehensive and consistent. And I think our dialogue forum and the mediation process we had before is exactly that. It's very comprehensive and it's consistent. And I'm very happy that a number of representatives of this dialogue forum are here today. I think, and I would like to thank you, and I'm very grateful for 20 years of intense discussions and very hard work to find the best possible compromise. Compromises are usually not exciting, and therefore it's always the case, and I think those who engage in these difficult discussions between the mayors of villages, between the NGOs and the aviation industry, those who actually take on these discussions for the citizens usually don't get as much praise as they actually deserve. And usually in our media world, there's more attention to those who have extreme positions. Usually those with extreme positions don't achieve a lot, but I'm very grateful for countless hours of intense discussions and I think good compromises. One achievement I think we had in the last 10 years were the noise charges. We implemented noise charges a couple of years ago, but we tightened them in 2020. So now airlines have to pay up to 1,000 euros for the very loud aircraft. And from 2022, probably noise charges will be mandatory for all airports in Austria, and I think our example will be the benchmark for the other airports in Austria in terms of noise charges. I'm sure the aviation industry will be back, but only when we work hard to reduce CO2 emissions and noise, and therefore we are accepted by and respected. I think it's not only about acceptance, it's about respect as well. And I think this is what we earned in the last 20 years between the NGOs, the mayors, and the aviation industry. There's a lot of respect for each other and understanding. And I think this is the best basis for discussions and for actual results. So we will only thrive if we get the acceptance and the respect of the society and our surrounding communities. And I'm looking forward to follow that path in the coming years and be successful again in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Julian. And you're completely right. Noise will be back on the agenda, and communication and engagement is key in supporting in the process. You have already heard quite a lot about ANIMA project, and some of you are not familiar with it, so you must be asking yourself, well, what is this ANIMA project about? Well, we have today the ANIMA project coordinator, and he's the one best placed to tell us more about the project. Leylekian. He is working for ONERA. He has over 25 years experience in the field. Thank you, Laurent. You have the floor.
Shall I speak in this microphone? Yeah. Okay, thank you for this warm welcome from this nice organization by RRC and from the Vienna airport. And I think that the two former speakers pinpoint all the important points, so I don't know if it's really important, but I think that many airports don't know exactly what to do with noise and noise impact management, contrary to the airport in Vienna. So it's my pleasure to introduce the main outcomes of this ANIMA project and its achievement on aviation impact management. So just to start with, and I will not detail this slide because the next speaker will go into detail on that slide, I would like to highlight the discrepancy, the contrast between the aviation noise in the mind of people and its actual weight. If you look at, for instance, the European Environmental State and Outlook 2020, on the cover of the report, there is an aircraft. In the mind of the people, aircraft noise is really probably one of the most important source of noise. And indeed, if you look at the content of the report, the very same report, you can realize that aviation noise is impacting a very low number of people compared to road noise or roadways noise, whether in urban area or outside urban area. And this report is also emphasizing the fact that improving in aircraft design could only stabilize this noise, but not make significant progress to reduce the aviation noise at large. So aviation noise is seen as something very important, and more important that it is actually the impression is stronger than the fact. And also, I will not detail this, but there is a kind of, to say, scapegoat syndrome. For the same level of noise, these data are coming from the World Health Organization. From the same level of noise, the aircraft noise is seen as more harmful than road noise or roadway noise, and the World Health Organization is advocating for some thresholds that are lower for aircraft noise than for road or roadway noise. So it's time to act, and it's time to act now, because as it has been emphasized by Mr. Jäger and Mr. Valentin, the traffic fall down because of the crisis of the COVID pandemics. And according to those data from Eurocontrol, we are now experiencing a traffic level which is more or less 30% of what it was before. But the traffic is slightly resuming, and on the global time scale, if nothing is done, in let's say 1 year, 2 years, the traffic will be the same as it was before, and then the noise burden will be probably the same. So we are facing a dilemma. Either we we keep on business as usual, and we will be facing the same level of noise, or we engage in best practices, and especially in the best practices that have been highlighted by the ANIMA project. So I switched this slide because of the time. What is this famous ANIMA project? ANIMA project started 4 years ago, or a little bit less than 4 years ago, in October 2017. It will end at the end of this year. And the objective of this European project is quite clear. It is to develop, as it is written, new methodologies, new approach and tools to manage and to mitigate the impact of aviation noise, not the noise, the impact of the noise. That's not a technology-driven project. And it is gathering a wide consortium of 22 entities from 11 countries, with, of course, the big industries, aircraft manufacturers, engine manufacturers, with, of course, research centers, but also with university, but also with the end user, which are airports. For instance, we have 3 or 4 airports in the consortium, and SMEs, or association of airports, such as the Airport Regional Conference. And so, what we did in ANIMA, so here again, for the sake of time, I will not detail all this slide, but we did several things, but basically I will focus on the blue, green, and orange blocks. In ANIMA, first, we tried to assess at the European scale what airport did with aircraft noise. How did they cope with the regulation? How did they try to make some intervention? Was it successful or not? So to some extent, the state of the art of regulation, the various level of regulation, and there are several various level of regulation, and how it is implemented. And also, we try to understand what is annoyance. It seems to be quite obvious. It is absolutely not. Beyond this word of annoyance, there is a wide set of phenomena, and especially there are a huge amount of non-acoustical factors that are impacting what we are calling annoyance. And there are differences between short-term annoyance, long-term annoyance. So we try to deepen our knowledge of what is annoyance. And we also develop some tools and methods, tools and methods to help the airport and the authorities, the end user, to cope with this issue. All those findings, all those reports are exemplified in the best practice portal. I will now come to this main outcome of the project, so namely the noise platform and the noise toolset. So what are you going to find on this noise platform? Well, you are going to find a huge amount of data and knowledge. And my colleague Anna from RSC just told me a few minutes ago that now the portal is nearly completed. So you will find basic notion on aviation noise. You will find who's who. That's not obvious. Maybe it's obvious for the Vienna airport because the Vienna airport is very experienced. But there are some airports that are not so experienced in aviation noise management and that just don't know how to start with because there are so many regulations. They are stacking from European level, from the ICAO, from the federal level, from the regional, local level that they don't know how to start with. And so who's doing what is an important information. So there are also guidelines on regulation, guidelines on indicator. What are indicators to use and what for? Because some indicators are relevant for some purpose and some not. And I will focus especially on the 3 points which are in red on the slides: the noise management toolset, and the detailed methodology for setting a noise intervention. That's a kind of checklist we issued, which to help airport to implement some intervention, and also some case studies. And we have a huge amount of 13 extensive and detailed case studies on what has been done in the past in some airports. You can find all those information on our website, www.anima-project.eu. So I don't know why, maybe I have no more, sorry, I have a problem. Just a minute. The slide will come back, I hope. Thank you. Yeah, maybe it's too early. Maybe just after the next slide. Okay. So my colleague is just showing the ANIMA noise toolset. Okay, this is the toolset. So I will comment directly live. This toolset is a tool which exists in 2 versions: a public version and a professional version. You are here seeing the public version. I'm sorry because this presentation was supposed to come after the next slide, but no problem. This tool has been developed by ANIMA and is intending to make people understand how aviation noise is changing depending on the scenarios. So with this tool, you can simulate various flight paths, various flight tracks on an airport, and show, for instance, what are the noise footprint corresponding to a given scenario. So here, for instance, you can see, if you can stop 1 minute, you can see the contour level in level day and night, day, evening, and night for a given airport, a given flight track with various aircraft over a day. There is a mix of aircraft, flying all over the day and the night, with 70% during the day, 20% during the evening, and the remaining during the night. And in one, it gives you this kind of pattern. And you can change also the indicator. For instance, tick some other LDN level or remove some other, and you can do all this. And you can compare this scenario with some other scenario. For instance, this is the scenario, this is the so-called reference scenario. Now we are going to compute another scenario which is supposed to be the same case but with new aircraft and futuristic aircraft. And then if you do it, you will be able to see that the noise footprint of the airport will be clearly and significantly shrink because of the new aircraft experienced. Okay, thank you. Let's switch back to the presentation. So, previous slide, please. Previous again, and again. Sorry for that. Okay, so this slide was supposed to come before, but this is the noise management tool I just introduced. It is featuring different noise metrics, different flight scenario, different and possibly new aircraft, as I said. And as I just said you, there are two versions. A public version for educational purpose, for people who just would like to play with some, to say, pre-cooked scenario. And there is a professional version that is accessible for authorities who will ask our airport, and they will be able to introduce their own fleet, their own aircraft, their own scenarios, and to see and check what will be the impact of these scenarios on the noise on people. Yes, and with the public version, as I told you, you can play just with pre-cooked scenario. You can play to increase or decrease the traffic. You can merge or split flight tracks, and so on and so forth. Next, sorry. Just to say that this tool has also been developed in a standalone version by another colleague, Ferenc, who will talk afterwards about something else, I think. But this standalone version is featuring some additional features with demographics and annoyance factor, for instance, awakening factors, which are not purely objective noise factor, but to some extent non-acoustical factor. On the portal, you will find also, as I told you, the methodology, a detailed methodology for noise intervention. What is this detailed methodology? Basically, that's just a checklist to respect if you want to implement a noise intervention. It seems common sense. For instance, I'm sure that in Vienna it has been done. It's not common sense because you cannot imagine how many interventions have been done without planning what for. And when you are making an intervention for noise purpose, you have first to decide why. Why are you doing this? What is the rationale for performing a given intervention? Why do you want to do exactly? Then you have to decide what are you going to implement and how. And also you have to decide, you have in the end to monitor and to perform some feedback. And you cannot imagine how many interventions are not thought enough. I mean that sometimes people are, for instance, engaging in insulating windows because they think it's good. They think it's good, but maybe that's not the requirement of the local population. And in the end, nobody is following what occurred. And in the end, the community around the airport is not satisfied with this engagement, this intervention, because it was not what was expected. So, as it has been said by Mr. Valentin and Mr. Jäger, you have to dialogue with other people, with all the stakeholders. I mean, all the stakeholders, not only those who complain, but all the stakeholders, including the one who are taking benefit from the airport. And the communication, to be effective, must be underpinned by a fair common language with a transparent process, an open process where the rules are known in advance and so on and so forth. And also, another point which is very important is that before entering in such a process, the airport or the authority which are implementing this process must be ready to endorse the consensus or the compromise, as has been said, that will be stemming out from the process. Otherwise, it will be even worse if, in the end, you reach a compromise and nothing is done. It will increase the bitterness and the anger. And you have to make feedback to be sure that in the long term, the intervention that has been done is still efficient and you don't need to do something else. All these recipes are substantiated by some case studies. I will not detail this slide. They are on the portal also. You can find them on the portal. But we examined a lot, my colleagues examined a lot of case studies on land use planning, on operational change, on communication. What is working, what is not working, what to do, what to avoid is experienced by some other airports. And so newcomers could take benefit from this experience. To conclude, as you understand, ANIMA does not deliver a one-fits-all solution, and there is no one-fits-all solution. ANIMA is just endeavoring to provide a methodological framework to cope with the aviation noise and its impact. And all the outcome we had, or most of our outcome, are on our public website. We are also going to provide an open book, which will be freely downloadable and which will be circulated too. And my message is the following. We are not finding out some solution. We are providing some recipes to help airports and community to find a consensus or a compromise with their neighboring communities. And if some airports, some authorities, some stakeholders would like to engage in this process, please come and check, enrich our database with your own case studies. Please use our tools, and it will be our pleasure if the ANIMA outcome will be used in the end by some other airport. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Laurent. We will have questions afterwards. Thank you very much, Laurent. It was a very insightful presentation. I would like to apologize because we do have a bit of a delay. And as a next step, I would like to introduce our next speaker. She's joining us virtually. Her name is Peris. She is expert in environmental noise at the European Environment Agency, and she is one of the main authors of the Environmental Noise in Europe 2020 report, which she will present today. Thank you very much, Eulalia, and you have the word.
Thank you very much for inviting me to present at the ANIMA workshop on new approaches to mitigate aviation noise impacts. The agency's work on noise is focused on helping to implement the Environmental Noise Directive. So we collect all information that countries have to report under the Environmental Noise Directive. And with this information, we evaluate the situation at the European level on noise pollution. And we produce a number of reports and assessments based on this data. So my presentation today is focused on the assessment that we did for the data received in the third round of noise mapping. And this information was compiled into a report called Environmental Noise in Europe Report 2020 that was published on the 5th of March of last year. So in the presentation, I will be focusing on the different sources of noise captured under the directive, but I'm aware you probably are more interested in aviation noise, so I try to include some more details for the data we have on air traffic noise. So I would like to start with a brief context on the Environmental Noise Directive. So everybody is familiar with the available European data on noise. And I think it is also important to understand the data we have on noise that has been used in our assessments. So the directive obliges countries to submit noise data for the sources and noise reporting thresholds that you can see in the slide every 5 years. And I would like to highlight that not all the road, railways, airports, or cities are covered in the directive. For instance, only cities larger than 100,000 inhabitants are considered, and road, railways, and airports outside urban areas that have a certain traffic flow are considered. In the case of airports, only those outside urban areas with more than 50,000 movements a year are considered. And I also would like to highlight that we only have data from 55 dBl then and 50 dBl night, as those are the reporting thresholds set up in the directive. And this is important because since the publication of the 2018 WHO guidelines on environmental noise, there are recommended levels for each of the sources. And as you can see, the recommended levels fall below the reporting thresholds of the noise directive. So there is a little bit of a gap that is not allowing us to get the full picture of the health impacts of noise. And finally, apart from submitting noise data, countries also have to draw action plans to address noise problems that they identify from the noise mapping process. So apart from the reporting obligations set up in the Environmental Noise Directive, there are also some non-binding obligations. So in 2014, there was a political commitment on noise that was established under the 7th Environmental Action Programme to 2020, and the objective was that by 2020, noise pollution in the EU needed to be significantly decreased, moving closer to the WHO recommended levels. It was not really specified to which levels they referred to, as at that time there were different WHO noise guidelines. And another non-binding recommendation on noise, including road, railway, and aircraft, came from the WHO environmental noise guidelines in 2018. And the recommendations were done based on the level in which we would expect 10% of the population to be highly annoyed. And finally, and this is very recent, the EU, under the Zero Pollution Action Plan 2030 targets, it has set the objective of reducing the share of people chronically disturbed by transport noise by 30%. So having made this short introduction and setting a bit the European environmental noise policy landscape, I will now move to the key findings of the report. As mentioned, although I will be focusing on different sources of noise captured under the END, I tried to include some more details for aviation noise. So one of the most important key findings of the report is that environmental noise, and in particular road traffic noise, is a major environmental problem in Europe. We estimate that 20% of EU population live in areas where noise levels are considered harmful to health. And this means that at least 20% of the population live in areas above the WHO recommendations. And that percentage is even higher if we look only at urban areas. So in the slide, it can be seen the different sources of noise and the number of people that are affected by levels above the END thresholds. And it clearly can be seen that the main source of noise is road traffic, and the areas most affected are urban areas. Specifically for air traffic noise, we estimate that there are about 4.1 million people exposed to more than 55 dBl then, and 1.3 million exposed to more than 50 dBl night. As it can be seen, air traffic is the third most significant source of noise, but is much less than road traffic noise and railway noise. And as for road traffic noise, for air traffic noise, there is also a much higher number of people affected in urban areas compared to non-urban areas. And here in this slide, you can see the breakdown per airport for the data that were reported to us under the third round of noise mapping. And the point represents the number of people exposed to above 55 dBl then. And obviously, airports close to populated areas are the ones that have generally higher numbers of people affected. So going a bit more into detail on noise inside urban areas, we see also that in most countries, a large number of inhabitants within urban areas are exposed to road noise levels of 55 dB or higher during the day, evening, night period. So this graph shows the percentage of the population inside urban areas in each country that is exposed to different noise bands starting at 55 dBl then. We are aware that there are some comparability issues between countries due to the use of different noise mapping methodologies. So some countries map all the streets in the city, some others just the busiest. However, despite of these methodological differences, I think the main message that this graph gives us is that most of the countries have a high number of people exposed to road traffic noise in urban areas. And therefore, the data shows us that road traffic noise in urban areas is not a problem of only one or few countries or few cities, but it is a widespread problem across all countries and cities in Europe. So for instance, all countries have at least 20% of their urban population exposed to levels above 55 dBl then, which is a level already above the WHO recommendations, and more than a half of the countries have even 40% of their urban population exposed to these unhealthy noise levels. And here you can see the same graph, but for population exposed to rail and air traffic noise inside urban areas. So what we see here, as opposed to road traffic noise, is that population exposure to rail or air traffic noise are perhaps more localized issues and depend on whether urban areas in a country have trams or railways as a mean of public transport or have big airports close to urbanized areas. Therefore, I believe that the work and research you are doing on these new approaches for aviation noise management, which consider perhaps more tailored solutions depending on contextual factors, can be important to tackle these more localized effects of air traffic noise. And I'm looking forward to learning a bit more about the results of your project in today's workshop. Using the population exposure data available and the new WHO relationships, we also did some estimations to quantify the health impacts from environmental noise. We estimate that there are 22 million people highly annoyed due to environmental noise, 6.5 million highly sleep disturbed. We estimate that there are 48,000 new cases of ischemic heart disease a year and 12,000 premature deaths due to noise. In addition, we also estimate that there are more than 12,000 children that suffer reading impairment due to aircraft noise. So we can say that environmental noise affects millions of people in Europe and is causing significant public health impacts. And obviously, because there are so many more people exposed to road traffic noise, consequently, most of these health effects occur inside urban areas, with road traffic noise being by far the largest contributor. And in this slide, I pulled together the estimated health impacts for air traffic noise at the EU level. And what we see is that the main health impacts from air traffic noise are high annoyance, high sleep disturbance, and also reading impairment in children. And you can see here the estimated number of people exposed to the different sources of noise for the 3 rounds of noise mapping. There are some comparability issues between years, especially between 2007 and the other years, because there were different reporting obligations. And also there may be some comparability issues between rounds, as some countries have not been consistent with the calculation method used. But looking globally between 2012 and 2017, we can see that the number of people affected has remained kind of stable, and the number of people exposed to levels above 55 dBl then has not significantly decreased for any of the sources. And we also estimated some future scenarios, and we can see that the number of people exposed to levels of noise harmful to health remains high and is likely to increase. In the graph, you can see the outlooks for 2020 and 2030 and the percentage increase in the number of people exposed per each source. Unfortunately, these scenarios were done before the COVID pandemic, and therefore these scenarios may change with the current situation, so need to be really taken with caution. So to model the scenarios, we took into account demographic and transport forecast. For urban road traffic, we modeled the scenario assuming a 50% electrification of the fleet. We also took into account the new regulations of silent freight rail, and for aircraft, we took into account the EASA-based traffic forecast. And we see that following the scenarios modeled, it appears that the number of people exposed to harmful levels of noise would not decrease with these scenarios, as the number of people exposed to the most prevalent sources, which is road and railway, is projected to increase. This is because it was projected that there will be an urban growth and an increase in mobility demand. For aircraft, for the base scenario, which considers small technological improvement and small increases in traffic, the numbers really doesn't change massively. And apart from monitoring and reducing noise exposure, it is also important to preserve quiet areas. Quiet areas are places that are currently unaffected by noise from any traffic noise source or other unwanted sources of noise. The Environmental Noise Directive recognizes the need to protect these areas, and it is important to conserve quiet areas because having access to quiet and green areas, as well as having, for example, one quiet side of the house, has shown to reduce annoyance due to and has some restorative effects. So we did an exploratory analysis in some cities to see the availability of quiet areas, so areas not affected by road, rail, or aircraft noise above 55 dB LDAN, with Greenland cover. And we see that in most of the cities analyzed, a big percentage of the population does not have access to these green and quiet areas, despite the fact that these areas exist, but generally are not reachable maybe from where most population lives. And we looked at action plans that are submitted under the END and which describe the planned actions to be taken in the next 5 years. From the action plans, we see that the different competent authorities are undertaking a variety of actions to reduce and manage noise. As you can see, the type of measure employed depends on the noise source. For instance, the actions most used for roads are path measures, such as noise barriers or building insulation, whilst for railways or airports, the most used measures are measures at the source. So for instance, in the case of air traffic measures at the source that are most reported, those are measures related to air traffic management, economic incentives and penalties, and time restrictions. However, there is no way yet to track whether these plans that are reported under the END have been implemented or not. And it is also difficult to evaluate the benefits of the actions in terms of positive health outcomes, because data on reduction of people exposed to noise from the actions and annoyance and sleep disturbance is generally not reported in the action plan summaries. And here you can see the measures generally reported for air traffic noise. Measures at source are extensively used to reduce and manage air traffic noise, and other measures such as urban and land use planning represent a small percentage of the measures chosen to address air traffic noise. And one thing to highlight here is that education and communication measures are measures much more used for managing the impacts of air traffic noise compared to other sources like road or railway, where this type of communication measures are much less used. And for instance, in railway, we don't have even an action plan with reporting this type of measures. And finally, in the new WHO noise guidelines, as well as in the past 7th EAP, there were some recommendations in terms of reducing and managing noise exposure. From the action plan summary submitted by countries, we identified some areas that need improving. We think that more work needs to be done on conserving quiet areas, informing and involving communities, promoting interventions that improve health rather than just reducing TVs, and improvements in city design, urban planning to reduce noise. So I think your project can provide further inputs on some of these areas where we identified that more work is needed, and I'm very much looking forward to seeing the results of the ANIMA project on the new approaches for aviation noise management and how those approaches can help improving communication and involvement of affected communities, and how these new approaches have an added benefit in terms of health and well-being for those affected communities. And as mentioned in the beginning of the presentation, under the Zero Pollution Action Plan, there is an objective of reducing by 30% the chronically disturbed people from traffic noise from now to 2030. And it will be interesting also how these proposed approaches from your project to mitigate aviation noise impacts can help in delivering this objective. So thank you very much. That's all from my side. And here, if you need more information, I added some links.
Thank you very much, Eulalia. Thank you for setting the tone for today's event with these recommendations. We have a first question, and I would like to quickly address it. Maybe Eulalia or Laurent could answer it. So indeed, noise is falling behind CO2. What can we do to ensure that noise goes up the political agenda? Laurent, would you like to start? A quick opinion.
Yes, a quick opinion. I don't know if we must do something to raise up this issue in the agenda. If it's down, it's down. But it's true, it's down even if in the new wave of European projects and call for a proposal, the aviation noise is far behind the pollution and the global warming. And my opinion is that this is because the CO2 issue is also connected to the exhaust of resource and decarbonization of the exhaust of the resource of the planet on the one hand, and the decarbonization effort promoted by the EU on the other hand. Maybe if we really want to raise up the consideration for noise, we have to highlight the fact that there are some health impacts. And I think that in the mind of many people, there is direct causality of global warming on health and just a correlation of noise on health. And that's true. There is this Dali's notion, the disability average year of life, or I don't know exactly what it means, I don't remember. But it means that that's just a correlation between the life expectancy and the noise level. But this very notion is not so well known, I think, by policymakers.
Yeah, indeed. Thank you very much, Laurent. Eulalia, could we have your opinion as well?
Yeah, in order to bring the noise issue higher in the political agenda, I think it's good to have a common goal, and so for all the noise community to move towards this goal, to set up some objectives that are realistic and that are ambitious at the same time, and put those forward.
Yeah, indeed. Thank you very much. I would like to set a challenge to our next speakers. We have a delay, and I would like to ask you to slightly hurry up, but it's good because we have reached our first session today, which seeks to increase the understanding of spatial variations of noise. And Catherine Lavandier, she will start this session. She is professor in building acoustics at the Civil Engineering Department of the Technological Institute in the University of Cergy-Pontoise. Thank you very much, Catherine.
Hello, everybody. So, I don't know how to... Okay. I just want to show you a kind of experiment that we did inside the ANIMA project. We wanted to test the relevance of a virtual reality tool for better communication with the populations. So we started with a lab experiment to better know the tool. And then, at the second step, we organize in situ real experiment with population of a village where there will be a change in the procedure of the approach. So the first step was to just test the relevance of the tool in order to see if it is of enough quality to ensure realism and immersion to help people to project in the future. So we built an experiment based on 4 architectures of aircraft, and you see again the blended wing body, which is the new aircraft, which has been developed in another project, Artem European project. And we tried to test if the visual architecture crossed with the landscape where you are, if you are in a park or if you are in a urban district. Is it different seeing an aircraft and hearing an aircraft? And so we built synthesized sound from both A380 and A320. And we crossed also with clouds where you don't see the aircraft, but you hear it. So people went in the laboratory and have the test. They have 12 stimuli on the first landscape, break, and again 12 stimuli with the other landscape. And at for each stimulus, we ask 4 questions, we will see after. And at the end, we ask for general feedback. So the 4 questions were, the first one was for the overall situation, and then we go through more specific questions about the sound. So the first result is for overall pleasantness of the tool. We see a kind of order effect. The first part, the first 12 stimuli were well accepted, more pleasant than the second time. And people said that this is not because of the landscape, this is just because of the repetition. At the end of the experiment, they listened a lot of flyovers and they were kind of fed up. So this is an effect of the global pleasantness. And what we can see also, there is an effect, of course. The answers on the left side are less pleasant than on the right side. And you see older people are less tolerant than young people. And sensitive persons also are less tolerant than less sensitive to noise. As a result, which is more interesting for the sound point of view, we can see that there is a huge dispersion in answers. You say all gray points correspond to an answer. So people feel, well, it's acceptable, but people answer for exactly the same stimulus, that it is awful. So there is a great dispersion, but anyway, there are some effects. So you can see that the A380 is the less pleasant, of course, because we will see that it's the noisiest. And we have a visual effect that is behind clouds. The pleasantness is not as good as possible. It's less pleasant than the other situations for a lot of reasons. But this is an effect. And if we measure the effect, the size of this influence, it's quite small, but statistically significant. The audio influence is about 2% over the dispersion, and the visual influence is only 1%. But what we can see is the overall pleasantness of the situation is twice more based on sound than on vision for this experiment. If we have a look on the sound pleasantness or in the loudness, where we ask people to concentrate on the sound, of course, you see it's quite the same dispersion and the same effect of the A380 sound, because it is the noisiest, so the noisiest and the less pleasant. Of course, you see in the table that the A380 is the loudest, so it's normal. We have the effect also with the clouds, even on the loudness, and especially we can see that for the new aircraft, people feel the sound louder if it's just behind the clouds. This is not because of the sound, because it's exactly the same sound, but because of the visual. So there is a kind of influence of the vision on the perception of the sound level. Of course, when we ask people to concentrate on the sound, the effect of the sound by itself is 6 times more than the visual influence, normal, so people just react correctly to the question. And if we want to correlate, to see what's the best indicator correlated to the perceived effect, we see there that the maximum sound level seems to represent correctly the pleasantness effect. You see that it's a kind of linear regression. And what is interesting is that people were able to judge the difference in sound level from just less than 3 dBA, which is quite difficult for people when the sound level is not stable. So maybe it is a good answer for the a good proof that the tool is relevant. What you can see also is that the people are able to concentrate on the timbre effect, because we see there that the A380 is with low pitch than the boat, the new one, which is high pitch. We wanted to test the realism between audio and vision. And on that picture, you see that the most realistic situation was with the A320, which is more classical aircraft flying around Roissy. And there is finally no effect on sound oralization toward the realism, which is quite good, because even the realism of the bolt one on the left side is quite similar to the A318 and the clouds. But the more realistic is the A320. And what we can see also, if we try to see the congruence between the sound and the vision, it doesn't seem to affect. So the people are not aware of the congruence between the sound and the vision. So everything worked quite well. At the end, we asked people about the overall experiment, and you can see that the realism and the final questionnaire was really good. So people are extremely immersed in or surrounded in the tool, and they had a feeling of control, what was really good for the experiment. So we conclude that the tool could be used as a real situation to explain changes around airports. So we test it in a real situation. Here you have a city which is 20 kilometers far from Roissy, Charles de Gaulle, and where we organized a focus group last week. And we wanted to test if the use of this tool would help people to experiment the change. So we used at the first step the documents that are used by a classical approach, which has been already done by the French division, DGAC, I don't know the word in English anyway. So the official office, authority, yeah, okay, that explain the change, the future changes. So here, in this situation, the change which has already started is that all the aircraft will move from a step approach to a continuous descent approach. So on the left side, you have the current situation, which is exposed to the population. And we see that the colors correspond to the height of the aircraft. On the left side, this is the current situation. And on the right side, you have the future situation. And we discussed with the people who were there how they feel about this change. We'll see that in the green situation, in Beauchamp, they will move from a yellow situation to a blue situation, which means that the aircraft will be higher in the sky in the future. But the change is quite small because it's near the point where all the aircraft will be aligned to the track. So we discussed with them, and then we tried to use the virtual reality in a situation in Beauchamp. So we, with NLR team, we went to the Beauchamp park, and we recorded the landscape, we recorded the aircraft, and we show the flyover of a current situation of stepped continuous, a step descent versus a continuous descent. So we discussed with the population, with this experiment, with the gain of the virtual reality. So they gave a lot of answers, and so that was in French, of course. But I just show you that they were very enthusiastic with the to better understand the difference that they will hear. Even some of them noticed the difference in timber that is not possible to see with the previous map. They understand that the step will be quite small, but interesting anyway. They had a very good realism thanks to the background, they said, because in the video, we saw a car passing, and they said that is very helpful for them to feel inside the real situation. And they said that, unfortunately, this tool cannot present change in the number of flyover. That's why we select this situation, because in the future, probably in Beauchamp, the concentration of all the flyover will not change so much in the future, because they are already just in line with the airport. But they regret that this tool cannot show them if they will have more or less flyovers. And what they said also that it would be also interesting to have more aircraft. In the experiment, we just did the experiment with the A350, which is a quite nice aircraft. Well, it's the new aircraft. So they regret that we didn't show them the the effect of this continuous descent on older aircraft, because they wanted to test if a noisy aircraft will be less noise in the future than it is for the moment. So we will continue in another focus group next week. And so as a conclusion, we can say that this tool was very well accepted and well appreciated by the population in the real experiment for real change in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Catherine. Indeed, this tool can be used with the community, and you have proved this in the ANIMA project. As a reminder, I would like to tell you that you can submit your questions via Slido. We will have a Q&A answer at the end. Therefore, we are looking forward to receive your questions. We now have the next speaker. He will present virtually. He's also from the University of Cergy-Pontoise. Dimitris Kotzinos, and he will present today the ANIMA pilot study on social media.
Hello, good morning from Cergy-Pontoise. Thank you, Alexandra, for the invitation. So my name is Dimitris Kotzinos, and I will present the ANIMA study on airport noise and annoyance using social media. And this is joint work with my student Ieb Medeb, my postdoc Asma Garbi, and of course Catherine that spoke just before me. Just to give first some context on the idea, the fact is that so far, in order to understand how much people are annoyed or what they think about the noise conditions around airports, and not only, we were using traditional surveying methods, and we are still using them, and this is very, very valid, like phone calls, interviews, or web surveys, which have been recently enhanced by the use of mobile apps, which present other advantages, as you will hear in the sequence. But in any case, all this meant that we had to come up with a sample, we had to validate the sample, we have to contact people, involve people by asking their time, and so on. So this was hard work and somehow consuming. On the other hand, we realize that we have a big source of information where people are actually expressing their opinions about everything, but this includes also annoyance and noise. And this huge resource is social media. So the question we try to answer in this study is, first of all, is it possible to use this kind of alternate survey method for this specific purpose? And secondly, can we do this in a way that we can guarantee or at least identify if there is bias in the data, if our classification methods would work correctly, if we can find relevant tweets, and of course, as we realized in the process, also to go further on and define things like what would be a negative opinion about noise, but more difficult would be to define what would be a positive one. Just to continue with the context, in this study we focused on Twitter, which is a social medium used quite a lot for this exact purpose, to express opinions and discuss subjects. It's quite vast. You can see the numbers on the slide, and these numbers are increasing every day. So we have a lot of participation and has specific characteristics. For example, people are using short messages up to 280 characters. They are using hashtags to highlight the important words in their tweets. They can share and repeat tweets, and they can participate, they can build their own network of followers and followees, and people who follow them and people they follow. From a technical perspective, Twitter is quite nice in the sense that it has an API that is quite open, so we can access publicly available tweets in real time or historically. And both of them are used in the current study. Also, it is nice because tweets come with a lot of what we call metadata, so additional information like who posted the tweet, when, and sometimes even where, which language was used, and so on. To conclude on this part, I have to mention also the effect of COVID in this study, which was twofold. Actually, before the pandemic occurred, we started working, and this is one big part of what I will present today, in capturing real-time tweets, meaning tweets as they've been posted by the users, and trying to classify them also in real time. This, of course, had some side effects. For example, doing this is more error prone. Doing this means also that we don't have a huge set of tweets to work with every day. But the important part was that these tweets, before the pandemic, actually exist or used to exist. Now, during and after the pandemic, as you understand, air traffic slowed down or completely disappeared. And this was not the only thing. The thing was also that the discussions on social media actually were targeting more current issues like the pandemic and not so much noise, both because people did not care so much anymore. I mean, they had more pressing problems, but also because the noise was not a problem due to the lack of traffic. So to cope, we came up with an alternate strategy to collect historical tweets, so tweets that have been already posted online, and this led us to create a rather big database of about 100 million tweets, not all of them necessarily relevant to noise, but relevant to the communities around airports. In our case, the case study is focusing around Heathrow, and like that, in the process that I will describe, we are going to extract what is relevant and what is not, and then extract the opinions based on that. Moving a little bit closer to the technical part, what we did for the first phase, so the pre-pandemic phase, is that we set up a system for capturing tweets, extracting those that are relevant, filtering out those that are relevant, then doing sentiment analysis, so extracting opinions and sentiments of the users, where we faced various technical challenges that I will detail in a minute. And in the last step, we did some statistical analysis on the sentiments we discovered, trying to identify areas of interest or time intervals of interest, as well as if there are any hot topics of discussion. This was a complicated technical process where, as you can see on this slide, we went through different levels of processing. So we did some pre-processing, then we did classification in relevant and non relevant, using some supervised machine learning methods. Then we pre-processed again the relevant tweets to try and use them to extract sentiments, where we had to process different things like emoticons, like negative words, like strong words to express opinion or weaker words, and so on. And finally, as I said, we did a statistical study. So for collecting tweets, we used two methods. One that relied on space, on spatial information, but this meant that the users had already specified allocation for the tweet, and needs to be said that these tweets are not many. It's about 20% of the total tweets that are exchanged every day. And we created a bounding box of interest by using the LDEN noise contours. we also retrieved tweets through keywords. For example, keywords like noise and Heathrow in the same tweet are tweets of interest in principle to us. Of course, this was just to get some initial set of tweets to be able to work with. We filtered through those tweets in any case. We went through different methods. The technical part, I am not going to go too much into detail, just to say that try to capture as much information as possible. For example, you can see on the right column that we tried even to identify things like character repetition or all caps words, which means that the person is annoyed and is shouting. We did also various experiments on different classifiers, as you can see on the bottom right of this slide. We picked the one that had the best results, something like 95% accuracy, and we used this to classify our tweets and then to continuously classify tweets as they appear in real time. For the sentiments, we used again a complex process that included, as I said, identifying positive and negative words, identifying intensity of words, if they were strongly negative or, let's say, strongly positive, identifying the use of all caps, identifying character repetition, and actually we came up with a scoring function that takes into account all of those things and computes at the end one score. This is what you can see at the bottom of the slide. We also did analysis on negative words. For example, words like stop or not will change the meaning of a sentence. So we took this also into account. We tried to identify the scope of the mission, not to apply it everywhere. And based on that, we updated our scores furthermore. So the basic idea is that at the end we come up with a score for the whole tweet, which can be positive and negative, and this reflects quite accurately the sentiment of the person. Through this process, we were able to classify our tweets in 3 classes based on different thresholds that we identified experimentally. Based on this process, we identified, as I said, positive, neutral, and negative tweets, and we tried to do some post-processing, some analysis afterwards to see where and when these things happen. First of all, an idea of the temporal distribution of the tweets. The top graph shows us the daily temporal distribution. This is an average, of course, over the set of days for which we have data. As you expect, we can see that people are more annoyed in the morning, more annoyed later in the evening. Also, we can see that people are annoyed more or less all days of the week with different variations for which we need to further investigate why this happens. From a spatial perspective on what happens in space, you can see again 2 graphs here. The top graph shows the spatial distribution of positive, negative, where positive is the blue and negative is the orange part of the pies that you see. You see that there are some strong concentrations of let's call it negativity, and this can also be seen in the bottom graph. where the red represents the more negative, the strongly negative sentiments. If we compare this with the noise contours, we can see that there is a lot of collocation. But again, these are preliminary results. We need to have additional insights for this, so we are continuing on that. To conclude, we tried to go through a process of analyzing in real time the sentiments expressed on tweets. And of course, this is an ongoing process. We are still trying to improve this process, while at the same time, we started a second process of acquiring historical data. As I said, we have now a database with over 100 million tweets to work with. That goes, the database goes back for several years. We are also working on comparing the sentiments we extract from Twitter with other data sets coming from, example, visitor sites like TripAdvisor and Airbnb. And of course, compare with the evolution over the years of land use and land values in the area. What we plan to deliver at the end of the project is a toolkit that can be available anywhere, of course, after the corresponding training of the algorithms. We would like to compare our results with the results of traditional surveys to be able to validate that we are close or better or worse than that. And we still need to investigate more different types of bias in the data mainly that we are using, but also potentially in the process. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dimitris. Indeed, it's very interesting using social media to analyze the impact that aviation noise has on people. We will continue today's workshop, and I would like to invite Ferenc Marki. He is Associate Professor at Budapest University of Technology and Economics and is head of the Laboratory of Acoustics and Studio Technologies. And today he will show us the ANIMA application.
Thank you very much, Alexandra, for the nice introduction. It's so good to see you again, or at least some of you again. But I'm also very excited about the technological development, which allows us that a lot of you can follow us through the internet. So this is a huge step forward, and thanks for watching us. Now today I will talk about the ANIMA mobile application, which is an interesting tool of the ANIMA project. The project itself, the aim of the project is to find new ways to assess annoyance, the impact of annoyance, the impact of noise. And to do so, we did a lot of pilot studies, just to test small things which could be beneficial, which are not so good. And one of the pilot studies is the development of mobile applications, because we want to know if mobile applications are good tools to ask people about their feelings about noise. We used in this mobile application the so-called experience sampling method, which is a little bit of different from former annoyance studies. Why did we do this? Because the problem with common annoyance studies is that people are asked about their feelings of their last 12 months. This is something very difficult to answer, and therefore the answers are also very uncertain. We all know from analysis that 1/3 of the variance cannot be explained by any kind of acoustical or non-acoustical factors. So there is an important part which cannot be explained. And we think that this is the problem because people need to think about a lot of time backwards. Therefore, we are asking for momentary impressions, which is quite certain. How do you feel now? What are your feelings in this moment? So these are kind of snapshots from the life. And we will take a lot of them, and we hope that at the end we will get a nice and representative view about some people's impressions. I want to highlight the pilot study nature of this approach. We don't want to make decisions about one or the other airport, but we want to try out whether mobile applications are good tools for such things. The one thing is, are people willing to use their mobile phones and to contribute to do studies in this way? Or we should use the old ones, paper, pencil, writing letters, and so on. And the other is whether we can get some relevant data. Why? 5 years ago, when we wrote the project proposal, it was not so obvious that mobile phones are able to deliver the data what we want to have. But it was sure already at that time that smartphones can take photos, can record sounds in quite good quality. The position, the location of the subject can be determined by the phone without asking directly the participants, where are you? And a huge benefit is also that these phones can send the data directly to our servers. So it's no problem by losing data, by not getting back the paper and so on. And we hope also that hiring participants is also much less costly, because through social media and through the internet we can easier find people to take part, which is also a very difficult task in each field studies. Now, just a very few application development consideration. Platform selection is quite clear. You have to use both Android and iPhones, because you wouldn't like to lose people because you have to say, oh, your phone is not adequate for our test. A key point is for mobile phones that the application itself must be very, very attractive. It must be very simple to use. Otherwise, people will feel that the whole study is very annoying. Just to tickle my phone and to answer this question is really boring, and they won't simply finish it. But on the other hand, we would like to give exact instructions, and we would like that our participants follow our procedure quite exactly. So we have to find a good balance between good user experience and the strict testing procedure. And naturally, the application must be multilingual, so we can apply this at various airports. Notifications. Our mobile application is driven by notifications because we want to assess momentary feelings at random times, and these are delivered by so-called local notifications, which are like the notification about an incoming SMS or something else. Inter-application issues are also very important. Mobile applications can be interrupted by a phone call or by another message, and the application must all handle this. And we researchers have to think all about on these things. What happens if the participant takes too time to fill the questionnaire? Does he remember what happened 5 minutes ago when he started the test? We have Apple and Android platforms. Apple are very strict in their development rules and putting applications into their stores. So the rules must be followed, otherwise the application cannot go to the App Store. Android, on the other hand, takes it very easily, but there are so many devices and then so many operating system versions that you have always a problem that we will get some crashes, non-responsiveness, and so on. This is a huge challenge once you start the study itself, because you can test the application with a few mobiles, but then later on you will see a lot of people using quite different mobiles. So we divided development into 2 phases, a so-called pre-release version, specifications, development, and testing. And it turned out that this was a very wise step, not just because from the point of view of software development, whether the application is working well, but also from the methodological testing, what is difficult for the participants, what is irrelevant, how can we gain time, how can we less butter our participants. This all has been found out in the pre-release testing phase, and then we updated the specifications for our mobile application. And then we did, again, some development to update the application, tested it by a few persons. And now it's already 2 weeks that we are using in real life the application around Heathrow Airport and around Ljubljana Airport, with about 60 persons at each site. The study itself consists of a so-called introduction part, where you set up the application itself. I will show a few pictures later on. And then the main part are the so-called momentary assessments, which are all driven by local notifications, which have to be responded by the user. But we made sure if the user does not respond that then the notification can come later on. You also have an end-of-week questionnaire, but I will talk about a little bit later on, and the final questionnaire at the end of the whole study. The introduction consists of the language setting step, and then some basic descriptions, so our participants understand what the application is about, and they take their consent to record their location, at least during filling the questionnaires and taking the recordings. They can make some settings so their daily routines are not impacted by the application. Then the momentary assessment will happen at random times. You get such a local notification that there is now server time and you should fill a questionnaire. Then you have to record the sound for just 1 minute. It's not too much. And then you have to fill a questionnaire. The questionnaire consists of various questions. First of all, where people are and what they are doing, because we want to know how this activity is disturbed. Then we are generally asking for the pleasantness and familiarity of the environment. And then we go into more details, but not with too much questions, about the visual and about the sound environment. We are asking how pleasant they are, how animated, lively, and so on. But we are also asking for the prominent visual and the prominent sound sources. And one of the sources are aircraft noise. So originally, we hoped that we will get a lot of coincidence making filling the questionnaire and having aircraft noise flying over. Unfortunately, this is not the case because of the COVID. But as this application is not clearly focused just on aircraft noise, it's a kind of quality of life examination. We can test. So the pilot nature is not lost of this study. And at the end, we also ask for the mood because we know that this influences quite a lot of the answer of people. The end of week questionnaire comes at each Friday at 7 o'clock in the evening. We are asking the overall impact of the sound environment to the well-being of our participants. We ask also for the landscape, where they were, was it nice or not? And the last and third question is how this week was representative for the life of the participant. Finally, at the end of the whole study, when all hours are filled, I didn't told, but the momentary assessment are asked by the participant to be filled from 7 in the morning until 11 in the evening, but it can be shortened by the participant. Each hour there is 1 examination hour, and at the weekends, each second hour there is a momentary assessment. And once all these assessments are fulfilled by the participant, then the final questionnaire comes the next day. We ask for the noise sensitivity of the participants. We ask some personal questions about the well-being index, how satisfied are the participants with the standard of living, personal health, and so on, because we know from other studies that these kind of factors influence the answers of people, not just the noise itself and the landscape. We also asked the 5 questions which has been developed by WHO, which are a little bit different, but would like to capture similar aspects of personal factors. And at the end, we also ask for gender and age class. Our participants must not answer to this. They can skip if they don't want to ask. Privacy. I didn't talk about this but this is very important aspect. But now that you know how our study looks like, it's easier to understand what kind of sensitive data we have. First of all, we must identify our users, but we don't ask for their names. We just give them an ID. If we invite them directly in the project, then we send them some IDs. Or if the participants just want to download the application from the Play or App stores, they receive a generated ID from our server itself. The sound recording itself could be also something too private, but the sound recording itself is not transmitted to our server. It's right on the phone, transformed into third octave band spectra at each second during this 1 minute. So this kind of acoustical information is good because this cannot be the original recording cannot be reconstructed from this 1 second sound spectra. In the questionnaires, we don't ask for any personal data. These are just opinions. And also, in the final questionnaire, we don't really ask too much personal data. And in fact, all this kind of personality cannot be connected to known people. So we don't know who is answering this question, and therefore it's no privacy violence. Location detection could be something tricky, but we said that we will round our registered locations to 100 by 100 meter grid. So the accuracy, it's not the accuracy, but the position is rounded to a grid. That means that we don't know if in this 100 meter grid where the participant was. So it's again something to protect the user's privacy. Experience. We can say that the tests are running really well, and we are really happy that most of our participants have no problems, so there are no feedbacks. There were just 2 mobile phones which had some crashes, but they are working again well. And we found at the beginning that the most tricky part is that we need to speed up the test, because taking sample snapshots from the live often can be very annoying, and therefore we must make the application very easy. So we had to lower our requirements, and therefore, once we send the local notifications, we allow our participants to respond in just 20 minutes, and we send also again in all 5 minutes repetition of the notification. We feared also that the 1 minute sound recording would be something frustrating for the participants, but it turned out it is not, so there's no problem to record a little bit of sound. And originally, we had also photo taking into our application, but it turned out that this is not a good thing, because most of the time people are working or sitting at home, or being in a bus, you cannot take photos. So we simply ask for the visual environment, and this is more convenient, and it's much more also easier to analyze. At the end, I must say a very big thank you first of all, to our ANIMA project partners who were actively contributing to the development of the application, to testing it, to setting the specifications. But also, great thanks goes to the European Union funding the project ANIMA. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ferenc. So the ANIMA app helps us understand better the influence of the sound and visual environment on our day-to-day quality of life. Another novel element in the ANIMA project is the dynamic noise mapping approach, and I would like to introduce our next speaker, Ganić. He is research associate of the University of Belgrade. Under ANIMA, he is working with nanotech engineering. Thank you very much, Emir.
Thank you, Alexandra. I'm so happy to be here today with you, at least virtually, and to be able to present you the ANIMA dynamic noise mapping concept. I will try to keep my presentation as brief as possible so you can go to coffee break as quickly as possible. So in today's agenda, I will talk about the difference between traditional and dynamic noise maps, the methodology behind it, and I will show you the results from a Ljubljana airport case study that we conducted within the ANIMA project. After results, we will draw some conclusions and further developments of this concept. On this illustration, you can see an example of some daily movements of a person starting its journey from home, dropping off kids to school, and then moving to the work, afterwards going, for example, to have some lunch in the nearby restaurant, and on the way home, shopping groceries. Why I'm telling all of this? Because on the left, you can see that traditional noise maps only take into account residential locations, which means that it is assumed that people are staying at their homes for 24 hours, which actually in reality is not the case for most of us. So in the traditional noise maps, only census population is used when assessing noise exposure. On the right side, you can see that dynamic noise mapping concept takes into account daily mobility patterns of population as seen on this illustration, and the noise exposure is calculated based on all locations where people spend time. And for that, we use the agent-based modeling, agent-based simulations based on synthetic population, which represents the real population. That is the main idea behind this concept, and for methodology, it is split in 3 pillars as seen here. First one is daily mobility patterns of population, which means we need to assess where the people actually are. So we can use census data, household travel surveys, and as my colleagues before mentioned, digital services like mobile phone applications such as AnimApps or smartphone applications such as Twitter, as Dimitris mentioned previously. The second pillar is actually the same for traditional and dynamic noise mapping, which means that we need to develop noise contours. And for that, we need some input data such as airport, runways, aircraft operations data, and etc. And we need to have some noise model for that. In ANIMA project, we have used the Sondeo model developed by the ANIMA partner Anotech Engineering, and which uses ECAG document 29 as recommended by ICAO and European Commission. And the third step is actually to calculate the dynamic noise maps. For that, we need to have spatial and temporal distribution of people, which means that, for example, in this case study, we need to know for each hour where our people are. So when we know where people are and we calculated the noise levels at each location, based on the two, we can estimate the number of people annoyed by noise. And the next step is to present you the Ljubljana Airport case study. The Ljubljana Airport is the largest international airport in Slovenia, as you probably know, located 20 kilometers northwest of the capital of Slovenia, and it has a single runway. The airport handled more than 1.8 million passengers and more than 35,000 aircraft operations in 2018, which is our year in this case study. So I mentioned some input data. As you can see on the figure left, we obtained some departure and arrival routes. And on the table on the right, you can see aircraft types and the number of aircraft operations, arrival and departure per different periods of the day, evening and night. On the next slide, you can see average hourly distribution of aircraft operations. And also, we collected some data from real estate register and building cadastre, for each location we knew the purpose of use and number of people that are living there or working or studying. On the next slide, I will present you the mobility survey, the daily passenger mobility survey conducted by Statistical Office of the Republic of Slovenia. As I mentioned, this is the one way through the National Travel Survey to obtain the data about the mobility. And in this particular survey, there were 8,842 survey participants. And what is interesting is that 15% of them actually stayed at home during the day, the selected day when the survey was conducted, which means that for those people, the results from traditional noise mapping and dynamic noise mapping will make no difference. It will be the same because they are 24 hours at home, actually. But for the rest of them, they made, in average, 3.2 trips per day. And those trips had different trip purposes. For example, work, commuting, or educational purpose, or leisure activities. etc., as you can see on the table on the right. In more detail, you can see the results from this survey in terms of number of daily trips for different purposes and the beginning of each trip. So for commuting patterns, as expected, you can see that most of the trips began around 7 a.m. and the next peak was around 5 p.m. The similar is seen for educational purposes, but for shopping and leisure activities, you can see different timing of beginning of activity, especially for leisure activities where people usually start their trips around 6 p.m. And now that you have seen the input data needed to calculate the dynamic noise maps, here are the results. And on this figure here, you can see the LDEN noise contours for 37 dBs. Why 37? Because based on the European Commission recommendations, this threshold is seen as the threshold of annoyance, which means below 37 decibel, there will be, or it is estimated that no person will be annoyed by noise. Actually, there are new recommendations now from 2020. On this figure, you can see 4 different types of persons with different colors: white, red, yellow, and gray. And for example, white marks are for the people that are living within the noise contours of 37 decibels. So you will think that is logical that all of these persons will be annoyed by noise because they are living close to the airport. But if you introduce the dynamics and daily mobility patterns, it will reveal that 10.1% of those people living within the LDEN 37 dBs are not annoyed by aircraft noise, mostly because they are spending a considerable amount of time outside the areas of noise contours. Opposite to that are the yellow marks on this figure, which represents the people living outside the LDEN 37 dBs, but that are estimated to be annoyed by noise because they're spending time near the airport. And the rest of the people are marked in red, which means they are living with the in close vicinity of the airport and they are annoyed. And opposed to that, gray circles are actually the people living outside the noise contours and they are not annoyed by noise. This is actually the same as for traditional noise mapping. So in terms of numbers, you can see here on the right that when we compare the reference scenario for traditional noise maps and dynamic scenario, there are 2.9% of increase in number of persons annoyed by noise. And, which is actually interesting, 10% decrease for the number of persons highly annoyed by noise, which means that persons living closer to the airport spend more time outside the noise contours. And as you can see, third and fourth column is dedicated to sleep disturbance and highly sleep disturbed persons, which is actually the same for reference and dynamic scenario, mostly because there is no movement during the night, not that much movement of people. And on the left figure, you can see that for more than 80-90% of location, there is a difference between reference and dynamic scenario. But since for some location, this annoyance is overestimated and for some it is underestimated, that's why we get in overall this small percentage of change, 2.9%. And next slide, you can actually see how this dynamic noise map looks like. On this slide, you can see for each hour L equivalent noise contours. So the noise exposure is changing over the time, but also you can see on this map that number of people at each location is also changing. So that is why we obtained different results compared to the traditional noise mapping. And to conclude, we learned that for actually only this particular case study for Ljubljana Airport, the number of annoyed people increased 2.9%, and the number of highly annoyed people decreased by 10% compared to the reference scenario. In some locations, the annoyance is overestimated, in some other it is underestimated, and for sleep disturbance indicators, we have not seen any difference between the scenarios. In terms of those people living in close vicinity of the airport, we have learned that 10.1% of them are actually not annoyed by noise due to their movements outside the noise contours, and 14.4% are annoyed even though they are not living near the airport. I must say, when we are talking here about the annoyance and highly annoyed people, it is only estimated based on equations recommended by European Commission that only takes into account LDEN, which means noise exposure. But we have learned from the ANIMA project, and we know that this is not the only influential factor influencing the annoyance, which means in our further studies, we also need to take into account non-acoustical factors in this dynamic noise mapping concept. And we also need to validate the results in urban areas with more diverse land use planning, which we actually are conducting now with the Heathrow Airport case study, which has London, City of London, which is much diverse from point of view of land use than Ljubljana is. And final slide will tell you more about our further developments. So what we can do, we can encourage active public involvement of citizens to participate in daily mobility surveys, to use dedicated applications such as such a mobile phone application AnimApp developed within the ANIMA project. And also we can urge airport authorities, which are hopefully present today, to adopt and take advantage of these new technologies, and maybe to conduct more detailed and more frequent surveys. It's usually on the national statistical offices to do that, but airports can do it on a smaller area, only for the residents around the airport. And also that could improve communication with the residents and make the reporting of noise exposure more transparent to them. Regarding the air navigation service providers, they could improve their air traffic assignment based on the dynamic noise map concept. So air traffic controllers can optimize the distribution of aircraft on arrival and departure routes. And I have did this for Belgrade Airport within my PhD dissertation. So I look forward maybe to expand this research and maybe to develop some decision support tool that will help air traffic controllers to reduce noise impact. Finally, policymakers can also make use of this dynamic noise concept, and maybe once it will be included in the regulatory frameworks. For example, instead of calculating only census population 24 hours a day on only residential locations, in some current noise maps, maybe we will see also some dynamic noise maps. That was all from my side. Thank you for attention. And if you have any questions, I will be glad to answer. Also, you can send me email if you have any further interest in this topic. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Emir. So this is a great tool for local authorities. And Emir, you invited us to ask you questions. So I have a first question for you from the audience. Why this threshold of 37 LDEN?
Why? I mentioned that it is because of the European Commission recommendation. So you have some equation that when you put LDEN into it, everything below 37 decibel will be equal to 0. And those equations are based on the research conducted, also explained in the World Health Organization publication that previous speaker talked about. So I'm not sure if I answered the question correctly.
I think it's very helpful. Laurent, would you like a clarification or your? Yeah. Great. Thank you very much, Emir. We now have some other questions as well. If we could display Slido on the screen, perfect. So a question for Catherine. How important or not was the sense of participants' perceived control in their responses? A tricky question.
Okay, I have to go over there. If I understand quite well, the question is how people feel that they have the control in their response. This is effectively a question that we ask at the end of the experiment. The control was technical control of the experiment, so it concerned the reactivity. When you turn the head, is the vision and the sound following your movement? And when you answer question, here's the joystick answering quite slowly or smoothly with your movement, and people were very happy with that. So when we ask participants if they have control during the experiment, that was concerned the technical point. So there is no problem with this. It was working very well. And for giving the answers, they gave the answer inside the virtual world. So they didn't get out the headset, answer the question, and then go back to the virtual world. So they did everything in the virtual world. So it was working quite well.
Catherine. For the second question, is the tool used in Roissy already available for use for other airports? If not, when will it be available? And we have Roald today who will answer this question.
Yes, thank you, Jan, for asking this interesting question. I have to confirm that, yes, we indeed use this tool already with some airports. For instance, Stockholm Arlanda Airport, we use that to let people perceive an optimized departure route. We also use this for a new airport in the Netherlands, where we also looked at the new routes and let people actually experience how that would, how they will see and how they will hear the aircraft fly over. So this was very important. And of course, the work done also by Catherine with the university is also to show, to give a bit of scientific base on what to expect and how the visual and audio impact actually how that is perceived by the people. And yes, it can be used also now for other airports as well, but just as with balanced approach, it's important to make it very specific for the airport. So it's not something that you can buy off the shelf, but we have to together with community, you have to put it in because you want the community to recognize, for instance, the environment that they are seeing, that it must be recognizable. So it must be, for instance, the square that they know in their town or the park or something where you, or where the aircraft flyovers will be. So, and especially if you have like optimized procedures with minimal changes, we see with the research from Catherine that you can already perceive that in this in the simulated environment. So, and if you want to know more about it, please contact me or Catherine from the AnimApp project.
Thank you very much. A tricky question now for Ferenc. Thank you.
Yes.
So, how did you choose who got to use the app at the two trial airports?
I want to highlight again the pilot study nature of the project, of this study. And therefore, we wanted to have a controlled sample size. And therefore, we selected areas with a lot of noisier places and less noisier places. And we used the classical approach to send them letters, and by getting them answers, to writing them through emails. In Heathrow, we wanted to ask some students from the university to go there and ask directly people, but unfortunately, this was not possible because of COVID.
We wanted also later on to go to some supermarkets and then to ask their people. So it was a lot of things said. But at the end, I don't know what was the solution at Heathrow. But I know that in Ljubljana we get some responses, and then we could write them emails how to sign up for the study itself. But I must to say, at the end, we would like to use for a lot of people just sending some advertisement over the internet, and later on select the sample randomly from the big size of data received. So this is not the classical approach where you carefully select from which location how many people should be selected. We would like to put simply on the free app stores and play stores the application, get back a lot of feedback, a lot of answers, and then to make computer tools to select a balanced sample size, also based on gender, age, and locations. Thank you. Thank you for the question.
Perfect. I would like to introduce our next speaker for the session 2. The session 2 deals with quality of life around airports. And we have Roald Aalmoes. He's senior R&D engineer at NLR.
Thank you, Alexandra. Yes. I'm going to present the case study, part of work package 2 of ANIMA. This work has been done together with Barbara Oleforst from also the NLR, together with the people of the regional council around Rotterdam, The Hague Airport. I'm going to tell you a little bit about the background of the airport and the purpose of this route change that is proposed. Tell you about the way that we try to adapt that and use that with helping them using the ANIMA approach. How we evaluated the sounds of the 2 different procedures, and how the discussion went with the community members, and finally conclusions. So The Hague Airport, Rotterdam The Hague Airport is an airport close to actually in Rotterdam. It's a part of the area of both The Hague and Rotterdam, and the airport itself handles some flights, and it's close to Schiphol Airport, so there are some constraints with certain routing. So that's some other concern as well. The airport is surrounded by different kind of communities, local governments. We have the big city of Rotterdam, which is actually all around the airport. The airport, by the way, has just one runway, which can be surfeited from the north and the south. And here we look at the departing route, the 06 departing route. And so you have Rotterdam on the south and more to the southwest as well. You have the other local government of Lansingerland, that's on the north, a bit to the northeast of the airport, and more to the further away, even to the northeast, you have Zuidplas. That's another local government there. So these are all involved in changes that are related to this route. And the idea was this was actually a proposal from one of the community council members, because in Rotterdam there is some we call it the CRO, the regional council, where people both from the airport, from the local government, but also community members representing their communities are together, and they discuss the airport. And one of their proposals was, can the departing route be changed a little bit more to the south to ease the effect on especially the local government of Lansingerland. And of course, this is quite a complex problem because you get a little bit of shift also of noise. But if they did a calculation, a noise calculation, and in the end, it would have overall a positive effect on the total number of annoyed people. So, and if we split that out towards the community of Lansingerland, then you see a significant reduction, of course, of the number of people that are annoyed. In this graph, you see different LA max. So these are single event maximum decibel levels. You see in Rotterdam, you see an increasement, and that's especially in the part that more or less sticks out in the blue area there in Rotterdam, to the bit in the mid to the right of the picture. And there will be more people annoyed if this route change would take place. And South Plus, you also have a reduction. And overall, if you see, you still see a significant reduction, and especially in the higher LM max values, which are considered to be the most annoying ones. So we have a proposed route change. So instead of the gray route, the blue line is proposed. But how do you deal with that? In what way? Because that has nothing to do also with capacity or something like that. So it's really done for the community. But how do you approach that? So we, from the ANIMA, from NLR, we were asked to help with this problem. And the way in what we've learned in ANIMA is, of course, you have to have the discussion with your community to discuss it. Really stay clear. Really say this is about you. You decide. Well, you do. We want your advice on whether this is a good change or not. And what we also seen is that we were really concerned with the noise peak levels. So not necessarily the daily average levels, the LDEN values, but really the peak levels. So that's also where we focused on in this research. And what we try to do is we want to let people also evaluate this, because the problem was that you can show them a noise report, but nobody really understands. Well, the experts here, maybe in the room, they understand the values, also what's a decibel, but people from the community, they don't really know that. So we wanted to give them a means to actually compare the sound levels of the different procedures. So the current procedure and the alternative that was proposed. But we wanted to do that in an objective way. So we didn't really want to tell people, well, this is the current one and this is the new one. And because then they will make conclusions themselves. So we wanted to let them decide whether they could hear the differences there. So we took we decided with the community council, the CRO, we decided on 5 different locations that we would evaluate. And from those locations, we calculated the sound exposure, and we generated a sound for those locations. So each location had 2 sounds. One was the current route, and the other one was the alternative one. And we made, this is a Dutch, there were a lot of Dutch people, of course, so we made a website because we were in the COVID corona times. So normally we will go there and have a calibrated sound system, and people could put on headphones and they could experience the sound, but that was not possible. So people had to do that from home. So we came up with a website. We did some calibration by rubbing your hands and adjusting the volume yourself. Please use headphones, those kind of recommendations we asked them. And we made a website where people could experience the sound. So they went to the website, they listened to, for the 5 locations, the 5 different sounds, and then they had to make a judgment which one of the sounds, A or B, is more annoying. And they had to choose on a 7-point scale. So if they didn't hear a difference, they pressed the button in the middle. If they think sound A was more annoying, very much more annoying, they push the button on the upper left. Otherwise, they put the button on the upper right. So we got a score out of that. And we first played sound A in vote. So you had to fly over from the first route. Then we played the flyover from the second route. And then we did an interval. So it was just one single flyover, but we switched between the different sounds. Because if the noise differences are very small, it's also very difficult to hear the differences. And actually, so this is the scoring that they gave. So if everything was equal, it was 0. Or you get a -3 if A was more annoying, or 3 if 3 was more annoying. We had a total of 25 participants, and it was a blind test. So they did not know which sound was the current route and which location it was. And well, these are actually the results. And for instance, position number 1, you got a score of 1.8, which means that the gray route was considerably more annoying than the alternative. So we have that for all the different locations. And the really nice thing about it is that if we looked at the values that also were from the noise report, it very well matched the scoring that we saw from the noise. So people got a confirmation that the noise report was what they could actually hear themselves. So that was also maybe a little bit a surprise for us, that it was so well, that even the basic setup that we chose with a website, people at home, it really worked. So that was quite interesting to see. So after that, we invited all the people who participated in 3 different discussion groups, Zoom meetings. So that were 3 meetings with them. And so there were small groups, of course, of about 7, 8 people. And we let them talk about what they heard and gave them the results about that. And it really worked really well, because we had mixed groups. So we had people from the different communities, both from the communities that would get more noise and the communities that would get less noise. So you had a little bit of interaction there, but it didn't went into extremes. So that was very good. So we got a very good feedback from them. And by talking to them, they also they could talk also not only about this specific problem, but also about other problems. So we got a lot of, in Dutch we call that so-called bycatch. If you catch fish and you want to catch a certain fish, you get another fish, then that's the bycatch. So that's what we also got out of our experience. What we see is that this approach was very much appreciated by the community members. They said, well, almost, I think about everybody said, we want this the next time as well, or something like that. So they really enjoyed this one. I told about the mixed groups that worked really good. Small groups is very important. And people got more understanding of the difficult decisions that had to be made. So people got a lot of reflection back from the problem that was on the table. And then they understand it's not easy, because if everybody gets less noise, then the decision is easy. But if the decision is hard, it's difficult to make a decision. And of course, the way the transparency that you kind of get with this process really helps with this process. They still have to decide what their ultimate result will be, whether they will change the procedure or not. but that's up to them. So it's at least out of ANIMA's hands. We help them with the discussion, and we hope they now can take a wise decision with this proposed change and make a good decision together with the community. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Roald. Excellent presentation. And indeed, there is no magical solution, but we have seen in ANIMA that transparent and clear communication are key. I would like to invite our next speaker. She will join us virtually. Her name is Ana Maria Cretu. She's Technical Director at the Cluj International Airport, and she will present us the quality of life case study.
Thank you, Alexandra. Dear colleagues, my presentation underlines the importance for an airport to get engaged in the research to understand better how to design strategies on environmental management, particularly those related to noise, which may restrict operations. At present, we operate 24/7, but we are aware night restrictions will be imposed in near future. So we need to be prepared. We experience noise complaints, so our involvement in ANIMA explains the willingness to learn by doing. Such example in the study on quality of life, I will explain further. Please beware, I will refer only on the aspects our airport has been engaged with, but the slides are designed so you understand the approach to this study from the entire research perspective. I will start my presentation by presenting some basic information about Cluj-Napoca International Airport. The aspects of continuous growth till 2019 will show the pressure environmental capacity is putting on us, particularly the noise aspects. You will see here some basic information about Cluj Airport. It is the first regional airport in Romania, saving almost 3 million passengers in 2019. 42 scheduled destinations to 19 countries from Europe and the Middle East. 12 charter flights on the most popular travel destination. Also, this slide shows the passengers growth from 1996 to 2019. Please look at the last, please look at the last 6 years, which show steady growth. This case study was initiated within the ANIMA project as an attempt to validate some initial findings on quality life and understand how important noise is for Cluj-Napoca residents. Amongst other aspects, the determinate population well-being in an airport city. As you can see on this slide, the partners are COMOTI, the Romanian Aviation Research and Development Institute for gas turbines, and the local coordinator. Other ANIMA partners are Manchester Metropolitan University from UK, the Netherlands Airspace Center from Netherlands, and the Center for Applied Psychology, Environmental and Social Research, ZEUS, from Germany. The aim of this case study was to understand the indicators that can influence the quality of life and identify how can noise influence the perception of airport communities against aviation. From the airport perspective, we wanted to get engaged, but in a separate manner than community, Cluj-Napoca residents, to avoid giving them some ideas about our interest or involvement. What we are after was the real perception and the airport connection with quality of life, so we can design appropriate strategy to mitigate the environmental impact, in particular noise. Thus, we wanted to understand how the airport could influence in a positive manner the quality of life of the population living around the airport, considering noise issues but not explicitly showing this. Here we can see On this slide, the methodology adopted, which shows two different approaches, the airport one and the communities, both contributing to identifying the quality of life dimensions, which will trigger opportunities for improvements. Please look at the 9 identified indicators, amongst which are health, education, material and living conditions. The indicators were selected in a way they are within the sphere of influence of the airport, or the airport could have a significant influence upon. The indicators were selected by the researchers involved in a previously ANIMA study, and the Cluj case study was further tailored to local particularities. You can also see the link to the ANIMA study at the bottom of this slide. I'd like to underline that for the design of this intervention, it was proposed to understand the views of the airport and of communities separately for each indicator. In the case of the airport, the documentation process, including the actions of the airport that are specifically designed for the indicator, or the ones that could influence the indicator in an indirect manner. In the end, the collection of data regarding the point of view of the airport and of communities allowed ANIMA research to identify the quality of life dimensions of interest to residents and which could be influenced by the measures taken by the airport. In this figure, you see some results represented in 3 graphics based on a population survey of 256 response and 250 used for data analysis. For facilities, work and education, various indicators were investigating towards the evaluation of transportation services in figure 1. Here, the air transport infrastructure was mostly rated neither satisfied or dissatisfied. The airport is interested to understand how to influence the overall satisfaction with the airport infrastructure, which will impact positively the quality of life of residents. Another important finding is that people prefer to use the airplane as the second choice after car when going on holiday from 7 suggested options. Here, the airport can explore the preferred destination and contribute to carbon footprint reduction of Cluj residents when going on holiday by car. When selecting education as an indicator of the quality of life, the results shows that more investment by responsible authority is needed, as well as active involvement by local authority. The airport, though not directly engaged in education, may contribute to in supporting student placement and other career opportunities. Cluj-Napoca is a major university city with international campuses. From point of view of social and governing aspects, when asked about visiting different organizations during events such as open days, the airport was rated as the 8th most preferred option out of a total of 12 options, so quite low. In addition, 80% of respondents consider that it is interesting to participate to such events. Although the interest of participation to such events is high, actual participation is rated quite low. In this sense, the airport has the opportunity to look into further details about what determines an increase in participation to such events to be able to understand local needs, especially since the airport also organizes periodically several such events. At the question discussing the role of residents within decision-making process in different institutions, the airport is rated among the last option of interest for being involved. This is a signal to reinforce communication and engagement with communities, which will help identifying communities' needs and see our environmental strategy. This slide presents the data on surrounding environment, which places airport quite well in the factors and activity influencing the environmental impact. Our main concern being noise. The ranking of the three main noise pollution sources come as following: 81% road traffic, 63% construction sites, and 44% air traffic. So the aircraft noise come as third, as the annoying factor regarding the environmental impact for the Cluj-Napoca residents. However, we have learned a lot from the outcome of other indicators like waste, energy, and air quality, and we will use the study outcome in designing our environmental strategy. Although road transport was rated as the major factor of impact, we are aware that the airport is linked to city by road, and a joint strategy on reducing air quality impact will be the best approach. We have considered these aspects in our strategy on green airport and are working with the municipality and the technical university towards designing appropriate action plans. Both noise and air quality are directly linked to health and quality of life. This slide presents the conclusions of the quality of life study. Further in-depth investigations are needed, and hopefully the airport will benefit of the outcomes. We are mostly interested in the general perception about our activity, and particularly in research on noise impact. The correlation between noise, annoyance, and sleep disturbance is a topic we would like to understand more about. Communication and engagement is a field we need to get more involved and learn about existing proper tools and how to use them. This concludes my presentation. Thank you for your attention. I am ready to answer the questions regarding to the airport, but for those related to the research outcomes of the study on quality of life, I invite my colleague to assist. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ana Maria. Indeed, we are learning quite a lot today about better strategies to deal with aviation noise. Ana Maria, we will have a Q&A session at the end, and we will be getting back to you right at the end. Okay? I would now like to proceed with the next speaker. She will also join virtually. Her name is Isabelle Richard. She is environmental psychologist and CEO of Environnement, and she will present today different quality of life interventions.
Hi, everybody. I think we have a problem with the internet link because it doesn't work then. So I'm pleased to introduce this presentation, and I'm happy to join to this meeting to present the result regarding the task 3.1, measuring the effectiveness of the intervention defined by the airport to reduce noise and, of course, noise annoyance around the vicinity of 4 airports. In 4 different countries. I don't know if the link works right now. I think the link it's V01. I guess there is a mix. I don't know if I will try to continue with my own poem for them and then see. So the objective of the task was first to evaluate the residents' response to the intervention resulting from the balance approach. We wanted to investigate three pillars of the balance approach that are the operational measure, like operational procedure, the land use planning and management, and the communication. The second objective was to analyze to what extent efforts that are deployed by airports to have a good relationship with neighborhoods as efficient and well perceived. Okay, then thanks. But I click by myself. But if you can go. So the main question was to know if people know the action. Does this intervention improve the quality of life, and does it lower their annoyance? And for that, you can go to the next slide for me then. So the main question, do existing intervention have an impact on quality of life indicators? So for that, we know that quality of life have like 9 main components, like sense, acoustic perception, overall quality of life, natural and living environment, education, governance and basic rights, economy and physical safety, social relation and leisure, health, material living conditions. And we would like to assess, to know, firstly, if the intervention we investigate have one or several components of quality of in their own, and if yes, if it answers this question. For instance, if we see that the intervention has the health in the components of the intervention, we would like to see if it improves the sleep quality, if it lower the feeling of being stressed, and so on. So we conduct this research in this sense to understand if quality of life indicators are in existing intervention. Yes, if it's answer to this question. Could you go to the next slide, please? And then, okay. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, it works. Is it working? Yeah. So we have we are like four organizations, and we investigate, as I said before, 4 airports, 3 big airports and 1 smaller one, and we investigate 3 pillars of the balance approach. So I will go fast, and then. Considering the methodology, we study like the reduce to fix approach, which helps to concentrate the flight while making the turn, preventing aircraft from flying spread over a large inhabited area. Then we analyze also the consultation procedure that was to engage the public and allow the political representatives and residents to share opinions, concern and ideas regarding a potential flight path change. And we analyze also two kind of insulation scheme, one in Marseille and one in Heathrow. So you have here the number of paths. It was mainly a qualitative survey, but the one for the radius success approach was quantitative, as it was another survey. The result, the result was this one. So we try to link the quality of life indicator with the non-acoustical factors, as we know that non-acoustical factors have an impact of the annoyance of people. So when considering the quality of life, we try to see, for instance, for insulation scheme, if it's addressed by the intervention. So for insulation scheme, acoustic perception material, the health is addressed by the intervention, but it's partly efficient because it's efficient, for instance, in winter time when people are inside the house, but it's not working anymore when they're outside. So we have to consider also if we are thinking just about to consider the noise of the outside, because lots of people have gardens and have and so they are many annoyed by that, and also for instance in the road when they are walking, they are annoyed because they can't have conversation anymore. And so it's pretty linked with the social relationship and the leisure, because this intervention is addressed by the intervention, but it's not efficient because they can't even more communicate. And so, but we see also that this intervention have an effect. And it's quite surprising on the economy and physical safety. It's more economy because it's linked regarding the people to the thermal comfort. Indeed, when you insulated your house, for instance, for sound level, you also improve the comfort, the thermic comfort. So it's well received by residents, and so it seems like it deals with governance, and basic rights also, but it's not really efficient because there are no voice effects in this intervention. No trust in the authorities, as the implementation of insulation scheme are not well known by people now, the grants, and it's gonna they don't perceive like a kind of fairness around this intervention, as nobody are aware about this intervention. So if you look if you are looking for the result for the consultation procedure, the same way, I don't know if just to have I will go just previously in the results, because saying that if people see that efforts are made to lower the noise impact, and it doesn't work, it could lead them to the a possibility of learn helplessness. This learn helplessness occurs after a person has experienced a stressful situation repeatedly, and they come to believe that they are unable to control the situation. And we consider in the ANIMA team that this learning helplessness could be very linked to the stress and would be also a key to understand better the annoyance. And we would like to say that it can be considered as a new non-acoustical factor to take it into account when designing intervention, because people are weariness, and this weariness not allow them to cope. And if they don't cope, they are not allowed to. Their annoyance will increase, and it's a fact of the control, coping control. Then we can go to the other slide. The reason for the consultation procedure, we see that they try to address the main topic, the main important topic, like the governance and basic rights, which is linked to the voice effect, trusting authority, and persistence. That one are very important to build like a trust between effort and communities. And even if it was a good start, it's partly efficient because at the first time the consultation procedure was viewed as positive. However, participants criticized this specific consultation procedure, as some participants had the impression that the decision to shift the flight path has already been made. Thus, for some participants, the consultation procedure might have a negative impact on the trust and authorities and persistence. Then it's important then to better shape the participation procedure by using tools that are already built by several researchers like Einstein, but also by the essential with the will of participation. Future intervention have to take into account that. And for the registered fixed procedure, the next slide. The shape of the results are different from the other interventions as were already collected for another study. And so in the results, we didn't see clear impact on quality of life in general. People report a quite high residential satisfaction, but there still see differences between people who live closer from the airport, who report less residential satisfaction, also is still high. They feel also more annoyed by aircraft noise than the other. They report mostly disturbance from aircraft noise than from other transport modes. So, as a conclusion, we would like to highlight that actual interventions are not designed to address quality of life. The components of quality of life are not well known. And we have also to enlarge the focus of the intervention. And if addressed, the intervention have not a huge impact on this quality of life indicator, or partly. And actually, the actual intervention are mostly only based on noise reduction, but other things we know that can bother people, like non-acoustical factors, for instance. For instance, for now, intervention who deal with the consultation or communication only address tokenist participation rather than citizen power process. And so we would like to finish with some kind of recommendation or any solution to better address quality of life in designing intervention. First of all, we have to enlarge the focus of the intervention. We are at the time that people are not only bothered by noise, but they are also afraid about the health, and they get aware about that. So perhaps air manager and people involved in the design of the intervention have to get more informed about the components of quality of life, and those who can be easily included in the intervention. And future intervention also have to address health issues like the capacity of the intervention to lower the pollution, but also to inform people about this pollution. Have to include also have to address the social life and the leisure. The capacity of the intervention to lower the impact of air traffic on this activity, because it's really important. And also the capacity to assess living environments, like the capacity of the intervention to address the indoor, but also the outdoor. For at least for the impact of noise or the air traffic. And the most important thing, intervention has to include participation and fairness in their conception. The capacity of the intervention to be better include residents in the decision-making progress. And so I would like to say, to finish, that you don't have to be afraid to empower people and to include them in this decision, because you have much more to win this way, because you will avoid complaints, you will avoid to rethink your intervention, so cost and money saving again and again, because they will see this intervention as fair, as they are in and more acceptable. And so it's important also to include people at the very beginning, creating, for instance, a committee of residents which are really involved in the decision-making process. So that's it for my side, and I'm looking forward to answer to your question then.
Thank you very much, Isabel. If we could display Slido for a very quick question for you, Isabel. Okay. So how did the efficiency of insulation perform when considered as an intervention for sleep disturbance only?
You mean... Yeah, we have people during the focus group. If there is an efficiency of the sleep disturbance, and the impact was mainly in winter time when the windows were closed, and it didn't work anymore in the summertime. I don't know if I answer this question, but you want...
Yes, I think this is very useful. I think you did answer the question. Thank you. We will again ask you some other questions at the Q&A session. I would like now to proceed and to invite our next speaker, They are from the German Aerospace Center. We have Dominic and Suzanne. Dominic is a psychologist and a PhD candidate at the Institute of Aerospace Center, Aerospace Medicine. And Suzanne is a senior researcher, and she works in the field of transportation noise effects. They will present today some notions about noise management through communication and engagement. Thank you, Dominic.
So, yeah, hello everybody. So mainly I will talk about today. Hello everybody. We will talk about how to be a responsible neighbor to residents living around an airport, and therefore we will focus on communication and engagement. At the beginning, I will give a short introduction and explain the theoretical background. I will then present results of a study we carried out at several European airports. And in the end, I will conclude the presentation with a set of recommendations on how to communicate and engage with airport residents. So, first of all, we know that even though the noise from single aircraft has been significantly reduced over the last 50 years, noise annoyance, the noise annoyance around airports has not decreased. And so-called non-acoustical factors are known to be capable of explaining a big part of noise annoyance and are, for example, the personal and social factors like attitudes, expectations, or mistrust. And many of these non-acoustical factors are associated with communication and engagement. For this reason, it is essential to design communication and engagement in such a way that is also perceived as fair and helpful by those affected. So, first of all, what is communication and engagement? The wheel of participation here on the right shows that communication and engagement are different levels of one aspect, from information provision on one side to actual involvement and empowerment on the other side. And therefore, one can say that communication and engagement can be used to, one, to support balanced approach interventions. That means that noise management interventions sometimes look good on paper, but are not effective or desirable in the eyes of the residents. And communicating with affected residents and obtaining feedback on which aspects are relevant and desired can help to design balanced approach interventions in a way that makes them especially effective. And secondly, communication and engagement can also act as an intervention on its own right by directly addressing non-acoustical factors like expectations or perceived fairness. So we see that communication and engagement is really important, but what factors should be considered when planning to communicate and engage with the residents? Already in 1980, Leylekian observed that people are more likely to accept or adopt unfavorable outcomes of decisions when the decision is based on correct information, free from bias, and when people are involved in the decision-making process. So what he means by this is that research on fairness has shown that through a fair procedure, the final decisions made by these processes are perceived as more fair and thus have a higher acceptance can be established. And on the right, you see a summary of different fairness standards that can be differentiated. On the one hand, there's the fairness of the procedure here in the middle. For example, factors such as the ability to influence the process, to have input or to have voice into the decision, that every resident affected is represented in the process, and that the process is also based on accurate information and can be revised if necessary. These are factors that are important for the procedural fairness. And also other aspects of fairness, such as the informational and interpersonal fairness, are also particularly they're really important when we deal with residents, because it has been shown that honesty and justification can contribute also to the accepting of unwanted and disagreeable decisions. And in case of a negative outcome, the decision process may be recognized as fairer when an adequate justification is given by the authority who made the decision. And in sum, it can be said that procedural aspects of aircraft noise can potentially have an enormous impact on how people perceive aviation, the airport, and the noise, and to what extent they're also annoyed. So much for theory, but what do affected residents have to say about it? There's also these slides. So what have the residents say about it. Within the scope of ANIMA, we conducted a qualitative study around several European airports, such as Cologne, Bonn, Düsseldorf, East Midland, and Paris. And there was a specific discussion guide designed so that at every airport the same questions were asked, and the residents were recruited from both highly and slightly noise-affected areas. For both the interviews, the procedure was similar. So the whole interviews and discussions were recorded and then transcribed and analyzed. There were questions asked regarding the perception of the current communication and relationship to the airport, but also the needs and expectations concerning information. And for the purpose of this presentation, we will present some results that deal with communication and engagement. So, first of all, they were asked how they imagine a fair neighborly relationship to the airport. And the results presented here, they came up equally in all airports. And the aspects that were mentioned can be divided into two categories. On the one hand, residents think that a fair neighborly relationship with the airport needs technical and operational aspects, like a night flight ban that was mentioned in Cologne, and improvement of the sound insulation schemes and also the replacement of all aircraft. However, some aspects were mentioned that were very similar to the fairness factors that have already been shown. So residents mentioned a good, fair neighborly relationship would be based on more transparent information, that the airport is being honest, that the airport demonstrates the willingness to reach out to residents, to give more explanations and to involve the residents into the decision making. So, these are really important for communication and engagement. Okay, the next question was on what do you wish to receive information? And they were asked, on what do they wish to receive information? And they said that they want information about the environmental impact on people, on animals, on the nature, but also they want information on future plans, on statistics, that they want to explain why, for example, in Cologne, Bonn, there is no night flight ban. They want information about news and improvements, and they want information about the sound insulation schemes and where to complain. So here you see on the top, these are the factors, the non-technical factors, and these focus on, for example, being honest and transparent. Then they were asked who should provide the information. They mainly said that the airport operator should provide the information, but only if the airport would mean it seriously. This is also really important. They also mentioned political instances like the city, the state, or the government, and what was mentioned in Cologne and Paris, that they wanted to have neutral bodies, for example, mediators or ombudsman. And this is also really, really interesting because that would also mean that like aspects like bias suppression or something like that can be better established. So they were also asked how and when should the information be provided. In general, that they said that the information should be easy to understand, based on facts, and easy to find. Additionally, so the results can be divided into different categories, like information dissemination, and there the residents suggested to use social media, that they use mobile, paper-based websites, radios, or that, for example, they mentioned that the airport could have an own YouTube channel where they put news and stuff like that on, or that the airport itself has an own radio channel, for example. But like the overall message was that there should like different kinds of channels. Additionally, they suggested to communicate personally, to use citizens, that they use Citizens Information Center to have general information events, to have discussion rounds like the focus groups we conducted, to have an open citizen dialogue and an open day at the airport, for example. And yes, 1 second. And the time interval should also depend on the subject, of course, but they said that the communication should take place when changes occur, but also should be a continuous and regular exchange. Yeah, okay. So currently, okay, 1 second back. So currently there's a lack of clear recommendations on what constitutes a successful communications and how to implement this. Based on theory of fairness, and communication research, and the findings of the focus groups, we can now conclude by providing a set of recommendations on what constitutes an ideal communication and engagement. So what we can say is that communication and engagement should be inclusive, so that no communities or like any groups should be left behind. That it should focus on the information provision, that it should be impartial, and to interrogate, like questioning perceptions and gaining insight from residents can be a really useful way to understand how core challenges can be addressed. What we also can say is that the decisions should be designed in such a way that like all stakeholders can potentially inform the decision making. The communication and engagement should be direct, so they should be direct and honest with the citizens. The communication and engagement should be early, so that the communities should be communicated with an early and often throughout any changes that may affect them. That it should be, of course, easy. That one should explain that the airports should not just explain what was happened and also what the results of any changes have been. They also should like say clearly why decisions have been made and whether other options have been considered and why other options may not been selected. It also should focus on of course empathy, and communication and engagement should be accessible and not like hidden in technical reports or multiple clicks away. That it should, of course, be authentic and accurate. And last but not least, that it should have a legitimacy. Like the treating stakeholders and their views with respect and dignity is important to build trust and to build an effective relationship with the residents. So we now can conclude that up to now, communication is often perceived as not honest, or at least not transparent, and a lack of engagement opportunity is perceived. In ANIMA, we can now provide a set of recommendations based on theoretical foundation and empirical evidence. The next step would be to actually evaluate the effectiveness of such measures. So if it can be empirically shown that the annoyance is reduced or that trust can be acceptance, or that the trust and acceptance can be built. And also within the framework of ANIMA, we are now currently conducting a study where we want to develop a questionnaire that should assess the fairness facets we mentioned in the beginning. This will allow such an evaluation process to be built. And as a final remark, it is really important to build communication and engagement on theoretical and well-researched things, because otherwise, when communication and engagement is not perceived as sincere, it can be perceived more negatively by those affected than no communication at all. So thank you very much for your time, and yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Dominic. Indeed, trust is crucial, and we have a first question related to this topic. If we could display Slido, please. 1 second. So, did the study consider how the trust honesty of resident action groups impacts on the quality of the relationship and debate?
We did not. Yeah. Sorry.
No, please, Dominic.
The question was for me. No, we did not ask about the pressure groups. But actually, we wanted to have another focus group with the pressure groups, but since COVID hit, we could not do that.
Okay, okay. There is a second question for you, so we could go back to Slido and display it. How would you ensure that the participation of all residents' views, rather than typically the voices of those who are already actively engaged? So basically, the question is, how do you have this inclusive approach? How do you ensure that the view of all residents is being reflected in the study?
Yeah, that's actually a good question. And up to now, I don't have a final answer. But what I read is that there, for example, in some other areas, there was that like the whole community, and then there was people like randomly selected out of different areas that should give insight about their perception. For example, I mean, I don't know if that's really like that you can really do that, but that would be an idea, for example.
Okay, great. Thank you for answering. I would like to proceed with the next question, and our speaker is here. So, Roald, the question for you. The Rotterdam case study and the changes seem to capture the acoustic change very well, but annoyance is not just about noise. Did you look at the non-acoustic factors?
Yes, thank you for asking that question, Peter Ravano. Indeed, we looked at acoustic change, and it looks like we didn't look at non-acoustical factors. But the whole idea of doing it this way, it actually does address the non-acoustical factors, because non-acoustical factors are factors like trust in the airport or in or the attitude towards the airport. And although this study on looking at the effect of acoustical change, this whole study takes into account those factors. So so in the end, maybe in the end, it can lead to results that they cannot hear acoustical changes. But if the community supports the change, then why not do that and listen to the community? So it's. So I hope I explained it.
Yeah. Indeed, we have to listen to the communities. We do have one last question, and I know I'm now standing between you and lunch. And I would like to tell you that we have tried to answer the other questions in writing. So Roald's presentation was very popular, and you can find the answers already on Slido. He answered to them. But one last question before we go for lunch. And this one is for Isabel. I would like to know if Isabel is still connected, if I can have an okay. Okay, perfect, Isabel. So if we could also display the question on Slido, yes. Did the study consider how the airport aviation contributes to local quality of life and how this would change without the airport in the area? And we have the example of pre and post-COVID. Please, Isabel.
Yeah, for instance, our results were on the pre-COVID, so we didn't ask for that in our study, but it were very local as the recruitment was very close to the airport. And then we ask also a question on the quality of life and we enlarge the notion of quality of life and residential satisfaction. And we ask questions about not only noise about on aircraft noise, but also on residential satisfaction, access to green area, and so on. So it was a quite local message. And to answer to the previous question regarding the sampling for this task and for the other one, we split the group. I mean, we interrogate pressure group, and we interrogate in other groups, people, inhabitants, which are which were not involved in any association or environmental association or pressure group or and so on. So that people who were interrogated were really usual inhabitants.
Brilliant. Thank you, Isabel. We are now reaching the final session of this ANIMA hybrid workshop. The final session focuses on new approaches for aviation noise management. We will have a first overview of this new approaches from ANIMA from our first speaker, Mr. Dirk Schreckenberg. He's managing partner and senior researcher at ZEUS, the Center for Applied Psychology, Social and Environment. And his presentation will focus on the ANIMA approaches. Thank you very much, Dirk.
So good afternoon. Welcome back from the break. I hope you enjoyed the break. Have enough coffee to follow the presentation. So I would like to start this session with the just a moment. So it's better. Oh yeah, okay. So again, hello everybody. Good afternoon, and hope you enjoyed the break. I will start this session with proposing or presenting the proposal that ANIMA has on new approaches for aircraft noise management. And it's actually a summary of what you have heard today in the morning, and it's also kind of outlook how to move on. So we start with the difference of sound and noise, the ANIMA approach, and the tools for understanding annoyance and spatial variations in annoyance, and then methods and tools of shaping the air traffic and people's quality of life in airport regions. And then we will have some conclusions. So to start with, in ANIMA, we are not dealing with aircraft sound. We are dealing with aircraft noise. Sound is physics. We can measure it, we can calculate it. And when it comes to noise, then human beings come into play. So you need human beings or animals so that sound becomes noise. It is perceived, and noise then has effects. So ANIMA is not on aircraft sound itself, but it's on noise and its effects on people. And that means that ANIMA is research on people living in an airport region and on the interaction between people, their residential quality of life, and the local aviation and the aircraft noise. So the ANIMA approach is not minimizing necessarily the sound, but the adverse effects. That's the main important issue, to minimize the adverse effects of aircraft noise and to improve residents' quality of life. This is the aim. And minimizing sound exposure is still an important means to the end, but it's actually a means to the end, not necessarily the goal. And we can do this, you know, the balanced approach, via reduction at the source, via land use planning and management, operational procedures, and operational restrictions. And ANIMA approach is also on, or mostly on identifying further factors, further aspects that are means to the end to minimize the adverse effects. And that means addressing non-acoustic factors of noise responses. So that is, ANIMA deals with the fifth pillar on the balanced approach, right? We heard it today in the morning. But I think no. And this comes as a surprise, probably also for ANIMA partners. Because the point is that the people issues cannot be regarded separately from the other pillars. It's not something you can do instead of doing all the other pillars, to work on all the other pillars. So actually, ANIMA is about considering the people issues across all the 4 pillars of the balanced approach. Yeah? And that means that ANIMA deals with the tools for understanding the effects, and the people's issues also includes recommendations referring to the communication and engagement with communities. We heard about this, and recommendations referring to the evaluation of the effects of all these procedures and methods that are carried out within the balanced approach. So the new approach, which is actually proposed in ANIMA, is to understand the effects of aircraft noise and of the airport and aviation authorities, wider activities, what impact these activities have on residents' quality of life. And this means considering these impacts when shaping local air traffic. And when you shape the local air traffic, the best would be, according to our opinion, to engage the communities in these shaping these processes, these changes. And what's more, it doesn't help if you do something, but you don't know what's the outcome. And just measuring the outcome of a noise abatement procedure by just calculating the difference in decibel is not enough. What you need is to improve your activities, to evaluate the procedures with regard to the effects on the residents, with regard to the effects on the communities and the outcomes. And today in the morning, we heard about tools for understanding or getting a deeper understanding in annoyance and the spatial variation in annoyance. We heard about this virtual reality tool. We heard results about this, and we've heard that this is really, even also in the opinion of the participants of our study, that is a really good tool and very valuable regarded by the participants. We could realize that people are able to, for example, to perceive differences in aircraft noise less than 3 decibel. And we also learned that there is an interaction between the visual aspect of the aircraft and how the sound of the aircraft is perceived. This tool can be implemented, for example, when you want to introduce new aircraft or new sounds. We've heard today about one new aircraft. Another aspect could be, for example, the ideas and challenges with regard to supersonic aircraft, low sonic booms, and so on. You could use these new technology and test this with this virtual reality tool. And the dynamic maps, they can improve the aircraft management by providing more accurate calculation where people are, where the activities are, and how the population is exposed to noise. So you get a better temporal and spatial visualization of the population that are moving around, that is moving around, and not fixed at a specific address at home. And this could improve the communication also with the residents. And you can incorporate these dynamic maps in this further decision tools, so that this can be helped to reduce the noise exposure and to plan different scenarios. So you can optimize your distribution of flight paths, for example, or consider more in detail the number of inhabitants and where they are located in the region. So, and the mobile app study. This means assessing people's soundscape perception. And the advantage of this method is that we can use refer to widely used mobile devices, to smartphones. This would be a way to get in contact with airport residents and to collect information from them. And what's also important or interesting is that you get decentralized information. not only at a specific noise measurement station, but it's distributed all over the whole region. Yeah, and you get information also about activities and locations and so on. And again, this could also be used as input data for the dynamic maps and for further decision tools. So the mobile app provides information about the quality of life and where are the points of interest of quality of life. That's what one of the airport managers we were spoken with told us. That is that I want to learn at what places in our airport region the quality of life is good and in what places the quality of life is not so good, and how as an airport can I change this situation or improve the situation. So, and monitoring media. There's also reanalysis we carried out in ANIMA, which was not presented today. This is reanalysis of annoyance and media data, media coverage data from a German NORA study that was mainly carried out at Frankfurt Airport. And we collected over a period of 3 years from 2011 to 2013 the daily media coverage. And we related this to the annoyance. We assessed in these 3 years period, every year, each year, the annoyance and the quality of life assessment. In the month before the airport expanded, there was a new opening of the new 4th runway in October 2011. We did the survey before that and 2 surveys after that. And again, this was accompanied by an assessment of the media coverage. And what we learned is that in the media reports, when keywords like flight path or night flight ban and sound insulation program, when these keywords were mentioned in the media, and the more people were exposed to these keywords, this had an impact on the annoyance. That doesn't mean that media, this is really important, that doesn't mean that media produces annoyance, but media reflects the discussion which takes place in the airport region. And yeah, for example, 2011, before the runway was opening, they already, several months before, the airport already changed the flight route configuration to prepare the opening of the new runway. And people were not informed about it, but then there came this discussion and the media took up this discussion and reported about this, and this had an increasing impact, an additional increasing impact on the annoyance. And that means that whatever you do as an airport in an airport region, be aware of the media and inform the people, inform the media about what we are doing. Otherwise, they report whatever they think. And also what we learned today is not to forget the social media. And we have in ANIMA a tool where we could analyze the Twitter news automatically. And this kind of analysis would really be helpful to monitor what's going on. So then in the second session, we heard something about quality of life interventions. That means that it's not only, it could not only be a task of aircraft noise management to minimize the sound levels or the adverse effects, but also to be aware that the activities might have an impact of the quality of life in general. And one could also consider to improve the quality of life. So instead of having the motivation to avoid failure, improving quality of life means the motivation of approaching success. And this means to move beyond acoustic management to appreciate both the potential positive and negative effects of airport activities. And we also learned today that engaging communities in shaping the aviation development and changes due to interventions in the airport region would be a good way to move forward. And this is not only participation, this means really the inclusion of the communities in the activities the airport does. But it also means that within the organization of the airport operator, you should get a consensus how to engage the communities and to work together with the communities. And again, you should monitor or evaluate these activities to be able to improve your management. So effective engagement is really hard stuff, hard to do. It means at the end that the effective engagement should enable communities to influence or determine the desirable outcomes, or to agree together with the communities on the metrics which you are using to describe the exposure. Is it LAQ or LDN, or is it the number of events? So this is important that there's an agreement of the right metric, and it's what we learned is that the best metric are those metrics that can be perceived by the residents. And the LDN is not something which you can perceive, but the number of events or the maximum sound level of overflights, this is something you can perceive. And there's a need that the acceptability of forecast outcomes, that the community accepts the forecasts that are carried out. And the next point is, the extent to which implementation has achieved the change in metrics associated with achievement of the desirable outcome. So this is also important. Once you have agreed on a metric, that you look at the change and whether you have reached the desirable outcome or not. So to conclude, aircraft noise management is a long text, sorry about this, is the management of human-environment relationship. It's not the management of physics. And the relationship between human and environment as referred to the aviation. It should base on a long-term vision and address noise holistically. It should consider both acoustic and non-acoustic factors that are relevant for minimizing the adverse effects and for improving quality of life. And in our opinion, a successful noise management needs acceptance by the communities, and for this needs a kind of service philosophy, seeking on matching with the needs of the residents, of the people. And in this sense, a good starting point would be considering the people issues across all pillars of the balanced approach. And effectively engaging the communities, shaping the changes at the in the airport region. So, and what we have done is that we have developed some tools about how to understand the effects of noise on the residents, how to understand their perceptions and what they are doing and where they are. We have tried to provide recommendations on how to make aircraft noise issues, or more broader, the local aviation policy understandable to the people. So that's it for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dirk. Thank you for this thorough overview of what was developed in ANIMA. And I would like to ask you a very quick question, if possible. If we could display Slido. So should the views of those wanting reduced noise and the impacts of aviation be given more weight than those who are just anti-aviation?
Well, just more to reread it.
So what is
it should not just
Yes.
be anti.
So indeed, which one should be taken into consideration and to what its extent? So both the ones whose opinion is against aviation and the ones who just are annoyed. What is the most, let's say, important, and which one should be taken into consideration? Should we also think about the ones who are just anti-aviation?
Yeah, I think both. It's just to hear the loudest people that claim it's the loudest, because there's a silent minority which might be also annoyed or not. But you have to learn from all of them. You have to learn why people are annoyed and why people are not annoyed. Maybe they can learn from each other. So if the neighbor is annoyed and the other neighbor is not annoyed, what is the difference? They have the same, almost the same exposure. And you have to learn from all of them. And it's difficult to treat, I think, only the hardliners in pressure groups, but you also have to try to include them. So, but this is not enough.
Indeed, it's an inclusive approach that we need.
Yeah. You need really almost all of the residents, the normal people.
Absolutely. We will continue with the questions at the end. I would like now to move on and to introduce our next speaker. We have Sam Hartley. He's secretary to the UK's Independent Commission of Civil Aviation Noise, and he will share with us today ICANN's ambitions for UK aviation noise management. Welcome, Sam.
Thank you, Alexandra. And I hope you can all hear me. Thank you, everyone. Thanks to ANIMA for the invitation to come and speak today. And it's lovely to see you all there, meeting each other in person. I wish we could be there with you. Hopefully we will in the future be able to meet you in person too. I'd like to introduce you to ICANN, which is a UK public body. Hopefully my slides are now moving on. So I'm Sam, as Alexandra said. I'm secretary to the Commission, and I lead the team of staff that supports our board of commissioners. I've also got Rob Light on who's listening into the webinar today as well. He's the head commissioner already. What is ICANN? Well, ICANN was established in January 2019. As I said, we're a UK funded public body. We're an independent body, and we're set up to advise the governments, regulators, other decision makers on all matters relating to aviation noise. We were originally set up in what seems like a different time now, and in relation to in the UK expansion at airports, the third runway, potentially at Heathrow Airport, and we were set up to try and establish or re-establish some trust between community groups and industry and government and regulators as well. I was first in January 2019. I've built a small team of staff, and I've met with, and the board of commissioners have met with lots of stakeholders in the first couple of years. Our first 2 years really were 2 years of two halves, I suppose, like lots of people. In 2019, we were meeting lots and lots of different stakeholders and understanding the issues around aviation noise and understanding our role within it and how we could really help move on the debate along the lines of lots of things that we've heard today from ANIMA and ANIMA partners too. But the government also asked us to give them our opinion on how aviation noise should be managed in the future, and we published that report in March of this year. Clearly, we got so far in 2019, and then everything. I'll come to talk about the impact of COVID on our work shortly. But we did proceed with a lot of our 2-year work programme, and indeed we first 2-year work programme earlier this year, and we set out our new 3-year corporate strategy, which you can see a picture of there. All of this stuff is available on our website, and there are some links in the presentation if they get sent round afterwards. And our new corporate strategy had 4 key ambitions, really. I mean, the first is that people are less affected by aviation noise. Secondly, that people are more empowered through engagement and more information to be able to participate in debates around aviation noise. Thirdly, that exposure to aviation noise is acknowledged and managed as a public health and wellbeing issue. And fourthly, that government, regulators and other decision makers in the UK local governments and devolved governments and indeed the industry, airports themselves, that they are equipped with the right tools, the right evidence, the right data to be able to make the best decisions to manage aviation noise. I will talk about some of our projects that we've worked on, but first, as I said, just to touch on the impact of the pandemic. Obviously, no one in this room needs to, and online needs to hear from me that it's really transformed aviation, the landscape. At ICANN, we reviewed some of our work program and adjusted appropriately. There were certain things we were due to publish that back in April of last year that we held on to. It just wasn't the right time given what was happening to the aviation industry, but we did carry on delivering a lot of our work program. But not only that, we actually took the opportunity, and I say this with the utmost sensitivity, but obviously we looked at the impact of the pandemic as an opportunity to do things a bit differently and actually to try and collect some data about how people were feeling about the pandemic generally, about aviation, and specifically about noise. And I'll tell you a bit about that in a minute as well. And really, given what's happened to the aviation industry and the existential crisis that it has faced, we want to be able to help the aviation industry build back in a better way, in a more sustainable way, in a way that we were heard this morning. I think one of the questions this morning was about the challenges in noise management when it comes to the economic pressures on aviation, but also the challenges on carbon and climate changes as well. And we want to make sure that noise is right in the middle of that debate and right in the middle of those discussions, because we know it's still the most important thing for people who live around airports, is how we mitigate, manage the impact of noise on people. So I said that I would talk slightly. One of the things we did do last year is we very, very quickly worked with Ipsos Mori in the UK to do a survey of how people were feeling as they went into lockdown last year. So we ran it in the summer, around June, start of July last year. 2,000 people around 5 UK airports. What we were trying to do is get a snapshot of a baseline, if you like, a benchmark through which we can repeat surveys in the coming years. We wanted to see what people felt about aviation noise generally, but also about their relationship with airports, the economic importance of them, and so on. And again, all of this is set out on the website. I encourage people to have a look at some of our publications at your leisure, but some sort of key highlights there. No surprises, 86% of people reported hearing less aviation noise. 60% of people, 61% had not noticed changes to flight paths, but interestingly, over 30% had noticed some changes to flight paths around airports, and maybe that speaks to air traffic being directed differently in the quieter skies, and the impact on noise that people might have felt because of that. And then that 13%, only 13% bothered at night time during lockdown last year. That compares to, we asked people about previously before lockdown, and nearly half, nearly 50% were affected or bothered by nighttime noise then. And that's, I think, really interesting because as we repeat this survey, as we're going to do this summer, it will hopefully help inform UK government policy on night flying and night noise flying, which for those that are aware of the UK policy at the moment is just going through a refresh. So we wanted to use that time as carefully as we could and as sensitively as we could, but really to try and get some of this data and evidence behind us through which we can inform change. And as I said, we'll be repeating that survey this year as well. I said I'd pick up on a few. We have published quite a lot of stuff in the first couple of years, but just to pick up a few things, I think they have lots and lots of parallels with the work that ANIMA is doing. We've heard an awful lot about this already today, and it's really good to see the amount of work going on around Europe on these issues and being taken seriously. So first of all, our engagement best practice, which we published at the end of last year. We had done some work on this pre-COVID, but obviously we pivoted it slightly to take account of what's happening to COVID. What we were saying to airports is that it's so important to continue engaging, and we heard that a little bit in the presentation before lunch from Dominic. This idea that you must keep talking to your communities, you must keep building that social capital, and I think the word used beforehand was sincerity, which I really like. I mean that the engagement, the consultation has to be sincere and has to be honest and trusted if it's going to be successful. We looked at other international case studies, including the Vienna dialogue as well, to inform our best practice. We did capture views from our own local community groups as well about where improvements could be made. And we recommended a few things as part of the best practice that we published last year. And I'm really pleased to see that a lot of the airports in the UK are already implementing some of these changes, which has been really good. So I've mentioned there in the slides that we've set out a recommendation that we thought that any airport that was big enough to have a noise action plan should also have a dedicated noise forum. So rather than a subset of a consultative committee or so on, they really should have a forum or a noise management board. And we gave some ideas about how best to set that up. We also recommended independent sharing of that forum as well, to make sure that people really did trust that whoever was in charge of it and who was helping set the work program and scrutinise the airport was coming at it on a proper independent basis. We recommended full transparency, publication of data so that others could manipulate and test the data as well. And actually, I mentioned it at the start, but we really talked about that continuous engagement piece. So rather than just talking to communities when something is changing, or even worse, after something has changed, you really should be building that social capital. Airports should be building that social capital in advance of that. Couple of other things just to touch on. Firstly, airspace modernisation, airspace changes. Obviously, certainly in the UK, things have paused in the last year and a half for obvious reasons, but we had already published, or we had already prepared a toolkit to help sponsors, normally airports, consult when it comes to airspace change. This is not part of it supports the regulatory process here in the UK, so it supports the Civil Aviation Authority's decision-making process. We're not actually a part of the regulatory decision-making process ourselves, but it does support airports through this journey. And again, it really just focuses on providing that suite of options for planning and implementing consultations, and gives airports practical support and help, drawing on our engagement best practice, but other best practice as well. Really, as I said, just to really try and focus on that ability to get to convince and to assure people that they are being informed when these changes are happening, and that they are part of those changes as well. So that we know has been used in some airspace changes and will be used as modernisation of the airspace continues in the UK. And then just picking out a few projects that we are going to be working on in the coming year or 2 or 3 years. First of all, we have a hypothesis, and others have put it to us, that there is likely to be more sensitivity to aviation noise as planes return to the sky. And so we are looking at reviewing and assessing the approach to noise complaints in the UK. We're looking at, again, sharing that best practice where it exists, giving some good proportionate advice to airports and industry about how they can manage complaints as they start to come back in greater numbers, as we suspect they might do. We're going to be looking at further down the line. We've heard reference to some of the new technologies already today, but what we don't want to do is get caught in the moment too much. I mean, we're a fairly small organisation, a fairly small team, and our priorities at the moment look at the short term. They look at airspace modernisation, they look at engagement, they look at different metrics and how we communicate that. But actually, we are keeping an eye on the new technologies that are coming down the line, and possibly quite fast, in terms of drones, in terms of vertical takeoff and landing, electric vehicles, helicopters, and so on. So we're keeping an eye on that, and we'll be doing some work with some key partners in the future on those issues. And then again, another big project that we're looking at, one area that I think all of our stakeholders agree needs some help and needs some advice, is the issue of land use and land management to help address aviation noise matters. So not primarily looking at how land is used around airports and how to mitigate the impact of aviation noise on the population around airports, but also looking at the way in which planning decisions are made when it comes to airport expansion as well. So that's a short run through of ICANN. There's a lot more on our website, and as I said, I think there's lots of comparators there with what work is going on at ANIMA, and we've been really pleased to work with ANIMA and keep a really good open line of communication with a number of your stakeholders in the past, and we really look forward to working with you in the future. And that's it from me.
Thank you very much, Sam. We have received a very interesting question, and I would like to address it now if possible. So it seems that most aviation issues are heavily regulated by EU law. Ideas from citizens often cannot be implemented locally. For example, stricter rules for aircraft in Chapter 4 not allowed by EU. How can we deal with this in dialogue processes? What do you think about this, Sam? If you could...
Well, of course, yes, absolutely. Of course, here in the UK, we have left the EU, and although some of the regulations have been drawn across, it does give an opportunity in the UK to look at the application of what was the EU directive in UK law. And I know that the UK government are thinking about doing that at some point in the future. How quickly that happens, I don't know. But I completely agree with the tenet of the question that is it enough to allow a EU directive to implement what are local decisions? And that's something that we will certainly be looking at in the future and working with the UK government on.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I would like to continue with the questions at the end. I would like to introduce our next speaker, Michael Schindler. He's Division Manager for Noise Protection at the City of Vienna. And he will present today the status of aviation noise in Vienna and the existing tools. Thank you very much, Michael.
Thank you. The title of the presentation is Sound of Vienna. It's not Sound of Music, it's Sound of Vienna. There are some topics we are just working on. The first I will present today is it's nothing new. I presented it already in some other, and I think it was in Helsinki a few years ago, and it was a contribution about the discussion of the. I do have to skip. Yeah, so it's just the overview. Of course, at first it's about aviation noise, but we do much more than just aviation noise because the city of Vienna has to handle not just with aviation noise. So I will just present you the tool we developed just right a few weeks ago. Yeah, this is nothing new to you. I think we tried to bring this calculation to the discussion about the curved approach. We had a discussion a few years ago for the approaching aircrafts to the airport, and we tried to look at the people living or people who are annoyed by aircraft noise, and what you see is the noise expansion. You see the city of Vienna, and of course the loudest areas are the surroundings of the airport. But if we take a closer look to one of the political districts of Vienna, you see that there are also people in Vienna annoyed or even highly annoyed of aircraft noise, and we tried to get a closer look where exactly are those people are living and what can we do about it. Where could, for example, the curved approach take place, and how we calculated this, it's also nothing new. There is the good practice guide on noise exposure, and the formula to calculate all this are found in this guide. So we just took the guide and tried to calculate it and see what is the outcome out of it. And if I switch back, as you see, the two main roads crossing the city borders, of course there are many people annoyed and highly annoyed, but the main effect, of course, are in the suburb areas, and that's the thing we need to discuss about, where to put or where is the curved approach really possible. So that's the excursion to the air traffic noise. But as I said before, we do much more. It's not just the air traffic noise. The main thing we handle are is the ambient noise, and what you see here is the strategic noise map, the last one published in 2017, and it's also with the new colors. Maybe some of you know about the colors which has to be used, but there will be a change, and we also calculated the old maps with the new colors, which can be read even better. So what we do is, we do know where the loud places are, but when we know where the loud places are, we also know where the quiet places are. So we took this map just to show where are the quiet areas. And of course, the political districts of Vienna do not have the same size, so we tried to take the different sizes and the different possibilities of the districts and have a look at how quiet is the district, where are the possibilities. So yeah, just to get it distinguished. The same we tried with the green areas. The most livable city in the world does not need to be quiet alone, it also needs to be green. So where is it green in the city? And of course, there are different approaches. Our approach, the approach we took was the size of the reachable green areas. And it's just about green areas who are reachable for the public, who are open for the public. And there, again, we just tried to take the sizes, the different sizes of the political and areas, and match it with the amount or with the size of the green areas. So you get a lot of cards, or I show you a lot of cards today. The next step we did is, because everybody is talking about climate change, and as we know, the urban areas are getting hotter, and in this map there are two different data show that one is the urban heat islands, and then another topic is the vulnerability index. So where are old or even young people are living, and where are the hot islands in the city. So, and as we just showed our councillor last week, he had the idea to also put the social status into the map to mix it all together. So what you see here is the different information about the social status, for example, the net income per person, and so on. So, of course, there are richer and not so rich people in Vienna, and it depends where you live, what possibilities you have, and we put all this together. So, next quarter is the intersections, because what we try to show is where is it quiet and where is it green, and what does it tell us? What could we do about it? Next intersection would be the urban heat islands and the vulnerability together with the quiet places and the green areas. And if we take one step further on, we have the action matrix. We call it the action matrix because there has to be a so-called action plan on noise. It needs to be published next year. The basis of the action plan is, of course, the strategic noise map, but we try to do something different. Not just talk about noise, we try to talk about all the other issues that affect people living in an urban area. And it's not just the noise, it's also the heat. It's also the possibility to get out of your flat into some park, and then it's important to know how big is the park, how quiet is it there, is it even is it hot there? For example, there are some parks in Vienna who maybe would need more trees or something else, more water, and so on. So the thing it's kind of a service to the different political districts. We take this action matrix and go to the districts just to show where are the main areas where we need to act, where we need to take some measures. And as you see, the darker it gets, the more need of some actions are. And for example, the thing I want to show you in this presentation, we tried to do something like the superblocks in Barcelona. I think you do know about the superblocks where the traffic is not allowed to drive through. And if you have a look at the Paulus Park in the 3rd district of Vienna, it's quite a nice area, but it's the public space is dominated by traffic. So what happens if you don't let the traffic drive there anymore? You see there the noise maps at the as it is state and the potential state if the intersection, if the crossing is closed. And what I like about this last sheet is that you see the darker it gets on this sheet, on this map, is the better it gets. And it's about 70 dB improvement of the area, and you can imagine how the quality of life would increase in this area, at this park. And that's what we want to show the district mayors of Vienna, where the areas could be where they really could make the most of the taxes, I would say. So, I'm at the end of my presentation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Michael. There are no questions for now, but thank you very much for your presentation. And I know that Vienna has been voted twice in a row the city with the highest quality of life. And I believe in the meantime we got a question. Yeah, Laurent?
Maybe 2 questions to Michael. Where is he? He's here.
Yeah.
Maybe 2 questions. I saw that on your presentation about wealth, the wealth of people in Vienna. There was a kind of pixelization. I was surprised that there are some places where there seem to be nobody. Why? And about your last slide, a question also, preventing the traffic on a crossroad is a way to, of course, to decrease the noise, but are you not pushing the issue elsewhere, to another place, another crossroad? Thank you.
Of course, it's a question of traffic organization, and of course, it's as one of the speakers before, it's a holistic question, a question you just only can answer for the whole city, and it's a question which the decisions makers should ask themselves what they want to do about it. What we just want to show is where the possibilities would be, and what you could do about the noise and all the other issues. And of course, there is a lot to do to handle it. Yeah.
Okay. Great, thank you. We will proceed with the next presentation, and I would like to introduce Vladimir Vytiska. This will be a joint presentation, by the way. So Vladimir is the mayor of the municipality of Unetice, and he's also the founding member and chairman for the past few years of Prague Airport region. He will share his presentation with Prague Airport. Vladimir, please.
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am not only mayor and chairman of Prague Airport region, but at first I'm resident. I live in a very proximity of landing path and in a border of noise control. It's important, and in advance I'm a musician. It's my profession, because to be mayor, so small village, it's not a full job. Anyway, I'm in my office dealing with the complaints in a garden and in a stage in the evening. I am dealing with a noise in a different form almost every day. So from this point of view, I tell you something about our relationship with the airport concerning to noise and other environmental issues. Our agenda. My presentation will consist from two parts. At first, I tell you something about our association, about Prague Airport region. Then I ask Mr. Radim Tomes, environmental expert from Prague Airport, to introduce you with the noise policy and new approaches in a Prague Airport. And then I finished a few words about our priorities and noise policy. Prague Airport region was founded in 1997 as a voluntary association of municipalities and Prague districts. We have two runways in operation. Around the main one from the north-ost is situated most of our member municipalities. But some Prague districts with a huge density of inhabitants are laying along the shorter one direction to Prague, which will be discarded from the operation in case that new parallel runway will be built in the future. This new parallel runway could bring stronger nuisance for inhabitants in other our member municipalities. It's one of the limits and constraints to find the mutual point of view in Prague Airport region. So next. Another card show us the position, dislocation of Prague Airport and the Prague Airport regions as well. It's important that Prague Airport is linked in two regions, Prague and Central Bohemian region. It's common that in other airport regions, regional governments, lands, or other responsible body, which is often shareholder of the airport, care about these issues. But our airport link in two regions, and both regions are different motivation and priorities coming from their position in relation to airport functions. Central Bohemian region, which is after this border, has mostly the runways and movements, and Prague has gates, terminals, and last but not least, mostly responsibility in charge of building permissions, which is very important for the future. So in fact, we substitute their role, and maybe we are only the institution to link Prague and Central Bohemian municipalities to deal with this mutual important metropolitan issue. And that's why we are a member of ARC, because ARC is, for us, it's important informational background from the other members and from European level as well. Our goals, as in other airport regions, it's very similar: environment, quality of life of citizens, and so on. Improvement of communication towards the citizens and mutual sharing of awareness with the airport. And development of the schemes of the mitigation and compensation system. Transport is of course very important issue, and of course positive impacts like employment and economic growth. In some topics, at first, concerning to some aspects of airport development in future, we have different opinion. Then we absolutely respect decision of community councils of particular municipalities. One of the most important results of our existence 24 years ago, I'm maybe only the last founded member of Prague Airport region. One of the important result is a contract of cooperation. Was signed in 2010, so 11 years ago, and mitigation is a basic stone of this agreement. Information policy and commitment to introduce new measures till the land use planning in our municipalities, with a respect to airport and regional development as well. Very important was our joint participation with the airport in Interreg project DR. It was very, very useful and make the better atmosphere to our cooperation, and more new best practices and informations. So, but not everything it's possible to mitigate, especially concerning to noise disturbance. As an expression of social responsibility of our airport and awareness of the wider and complex scope of noise disturbance, we set up the schemes for technical and financial assistance of the airport at implementation regional project as a part of collective compensation. There are projects improving the quality of life. The names of this project are significant. For example, good neighborhood, we live here together, better foreign language education, environmental film festival, flying around the world, and so on. Very, very, very different events. I want to underline that it's a very important trust-building tool, improving our relationship with the airport, and for example, to use this good atmosphere in music festivals or food festivals and so on, for the informal discussion about the airport problems and issues. It's very, very useful and very good, maybe better than to make a special round tables for this question. That's all for the moment from my side, and I invite my colleague from Prague Airport, environmental expert, to introduce you some measures from airport.
Great. Thank you very much, Vladimir.
Yeah, I have.
But Vladimir will continue right after the presentation from the airport. And I would like to say that it's very interesting indeed. Communication and exchange with citizens is very important. And today this presentation is shared. We will have also the input from the airport. And I would like to give the floor to Mr. Radim Tomes. He will present us the noise passive measures at Prague Airport.
So, hello, good afternoon. My name is Radim Tomes from Prague Airport. I work for environmental department, and thank you I can be here today with you. So, for today, I prepared a short presentation on passive measures on air traffic noise, which are designed directly for the most affected locations and residents. So, just a second. Yes. Pardon me. Yes. So, first, there are some general information about noise measures. As at every single airport, we have a number of measures in place according to balance approach. Within reduction of noise at source, we have introduced a system of noise charges, which is a certain motivation for quieter planes. As a part of land use planning and management, we've declared noise protection zone with the specific rules for building, for construction, and on the other hand, several compensation programs are going there. For example, a window replacement program and, for example, a ventilation program. As far as operating procedures are concerned, we have set rules for arrival and for departures, departure procedures, for runway preference, for engine run-up, reverse thrust, APU and GPU, and so on. Operating restriction at Prague Airport mainly concern night time. There are allowed a maximum of 40 slots at night, and just aircraft with more than 10 decibels of cumulative difference from ICAO limits have allowed access to the airport at night. So, the most fundamental topic is, of course, noise at night time. In 2018, there was an increase delayed flights that fell into the night time. The airport responded by introducing a number of mainly coordination measures targeted at avoiding earlier departure, prevention of night landings without coordination night slots, avoiding earlier landings with the daytime slots at night, and limit the number of slots at night time. Before now there is 40, before we have 48. Other measures was increase in charge for breach of coordination rules. So in 2019 we could saw some improvements, but now because of COVID, when there was a fatal drop in air traffic, we have no relevant data. Prague Airport is currently implementing a ventilation program, which follows the already completed window replacement program. Now, quick information on the window replacement program. The window replacement program has been implemented mainly to meet indoor noise limits. The limits are 50 decibels during the day, and for nighttime it is 40 decibels. Windows and balcony doors have been replaced on the territory of the noise protection zone, which you can see in the picture, because the noise protection zone is a zone where can be the limits for outdoor can be exceeded. The airport decided for a complete exchange of the windows and balconies, door, and so on, and not to assess the compliance with the noise limit for every single property. Finally, which can be some compensation for the surrounding residents. The replacement program has already been completed in 2010 with the total cost reaching more than 15 million euros. Another noise passive measures is our new ventilation system program. The target of this program is reduce the impact of the noise from air traffic in the interior, protected area of specific property, especially at nighttime. The technical solution is the installation of forced ventilation system with recuperation, but it's not air condition, it's not cooling or heating. Of course, the devices could be usually together, so Prague Airport pay just for the ventilation system. The devices must meet the specific technical requirements which airport has set. The airport contributes to the installation of ventilation up to 100% of the cost with the following limits. The limits for flats and for family houses are set according to the disposition. It's up to almost 10,000 euros, and the limits for schools it's set to 21,000 euros per class. The financial contribution is paid only after the proper complete installation. It means that the applicant must first pay for the equipment himself, herself. The costs are covered by noise charges. Before we started this program, we made sure and asked the ICAO that this measure could be paid from the noise charges. The program is designed for educational institution in whole noise protection zone. In our case, mainly for elementary school. The program is also for properties which are intended for permanent living. in the most noisy affected localities in noise protection zone. Before we started the program, we did public research, and it showed that over 30% of citizens are being interested. So the program is expected to be divided into five phases. The overall target is furnishing of 600 properties for living and almost all schools. It's about 7 schools. The program started in 2019, and in the first phase, there were 5 schools successfully registered. In 2020, we opened second phase for properties for living, and about 150 properties was successfully registered, and about 50% properties have already done. In the end, we have to say that COVID may change our plans a bit, but we are sure that the program will be completed successfully. So that's it from my side, and thank you.
So, okay, thank you, Mr. Radim Tomáš, and I will continue only with the last slide. Something about our regional noise policy. It's very easy and simple, because in spite of different point of view, all the members of Prague Airport region have the same priority concerning to noise policy. It's to achieve night flight restriction to the greatest extent possible and as soon as possible. We know that it's not so easy. Like a member of ARC, we have information from Vienna, from Frankfurt, and so on. It's not only about the negotiation with the airport, because there are long-term and important commitments to the airlines and civil aviation authorities and so on. But it's a trend. We are sure that it's the most important issue concerning to noise for our citizens. And second issue I want to mention is endeavor to focus noise measures in a broader context. After the noise contour is the influence of noise only a little weaker than and depends on many other influences. How strong is real perceived nuisance? For example, proximity of X of path, terrain, morphology, weather, and so on. It's important, and we are sure that could be very, very useful. For example, the program of the air ventilation mentioned in a presentation of Radim could be extended in our region, maybe in less measure, maybe only for the public buildings like schools and so on. So we think it's the good way for the future. I want, in the end of my presentation, to join the words of Erich Valentin, our chairman, from the beginning of this conference. It's time for fair discussion. Yeah, I agree, and our cooperation with our airport, is because of this extraordinary period was transformed. Less aviation, less money, less noise, but it's a slowly return. Aviation in some modes will be returned, and it's good time and good space to prepare new agreement and to use our rich experience from the history and new information sounded, for example, in this conference. Air is full of ideas. Green Deal is knocking on the door. So I wish all the airports and regions good luck and a quieter future. That's all for the moment. Thank you for your attention.
Yeah. Vladimir, please stay with us because we have a question for you. If you could display it on Slido, please. It's a bit more down. Yes, this is it. So how did you manage, or do you manage, the views of extreme stakeholders, so pro or anti-aviation, in your collaborative approach? I think you or Radim could answer it.
Difficult to say, yeah, because our approach is different. That's why Prague Airport region was born, to negotiate by the mediation way, to negotiate and don't be so strong anti-aviation. So we have I know it exists, some extreme anti-aviation groups, or maybe not groups. In some villages it exists, but for us, only the existence of our association is the answer.
An answer to that, yeah, answer. Trying to manage this.
Yeah, how to manage it.
Indeed. Thank you very much, Vladimir. Yeah. I would like to continue, and I have a question for Radim now. How is Radim still connected with us? Just one. Yeah, perfect.
Yes.
So,
yes.
Do you have a specific monitoring mechanism in place if restrictions for use of reverse thrust are really adhered to? If so, how does it work?
Well, I have to say that the reverse thrust, it's not the main problem or topic for us, but what we can say, we have a monitoring station close to runway, and in case if we have some complaints, we can we can try and control what happened. So like that, we have no special system for that.
Okay. And there's a second question for you. If you could go back to Slido. How did you determine that reducing slots from 48 to 40 was the most cost-effective measure to manage night noise and be compliant with EU 598?
How did you, oh, okay. So, I'm not expert for the slot coordination, but it was about that we removed historical slots that the carriers do not use, and the new slots wasn't offered. But as I said, I'm not expert for that. And we thought, or I think, it's not. It's not have to be to assess under the regulation because it's not nothing new.
Laurent Leylekian speaking again. I have two questions, maybe one for Mr. Vytiska and one for Mr. Tomasz. Mr. Vytiska, you mentioned a contract of cooperation. It is not clear to me, is it a formal contract or is just a kind of moral commitment? And between whom? Between the airport and whom? It's not clear to me. And also another question then for Mr. Tomic. You mentioned a window installation program and another program. I understand those programs were put in place to cope with the regulation, but is there any connection between this program and the association or the stakeholders at large? Did you make any consultation to the community to check if it is really replying to the need of the community? Mr. Vytiska, maybe?
So I apologize, maybe it was not so clear. It's the contract between Airport Prague and our association, Prague Airport Region. We are association of the voluntary, the elected mayors are member of this association. Yeah, it's an official contract. But we prepare a new contract, because it was broken the last year, and now it's time to make a new contract. Yeah, through former contract. Yeah.
And Mr. Tomac, so do you this window installation scheme is replying to the regulation, but is there any link, any connection with the stakeholders or not?
It's you mean stakeholders like airlines or the communities or?
Like the communities and the for instance the mayors or the communities at large with some
I understand. Mm-hmm. Yes. Okay, so the first, as I said, it was because we need to meet the indoor limits. And of course it was after negotiation with the municipalities, with the health authorities, and so on. And the second one, I mean ventilation system, it was a reaction on long-standing demand of communities. But this program is yes, it's so on. It's like that.
Thank you very much. I would like to continue with the next question, and this time is a question for Dirk. Could the effects associated with the non-acoustic factors be properly considered in airport noise regulation?
Yeah, that would be a dream, actually, that this would be the case. One aspect could be that you regulate not to set a threshold limit in terms of decibel, but a limit in terms of the effects. For example, the WHO noise guidelines, they say the threshold is at 45 dB LEN. But this is just a transformation of the health-related reference to avoid more than 10% high annoyance. So you could also say, okay, that's regulation, not more than 10% high annoyance in an airport region. And then you could implement all the measures that would help to decrease the annoyance. Some people say, no, that's not okay, that's only half of the story, because
aircraft noise, like other noise sources, has severe health effects. Yes, but in part, not fully, but in part, the further health effects, like mental health, depression, also to some extent cardiovascular diseases, partly are mediated by annoyance and not so much so by the sound level. The causal chain is sound level has an effect on annoyance, and long-term annoyance for many, many, many years can have further health effects. So when you then say, okay, we limit the annoyance, then you would also at least partly minimize further health effects.
Thank you, Dirk. There is another question from the audience. I will go. 1 minute. Of course.
Thank you. I'm really sorry to say what I heard is quite disappointing. I get the impression some of the speakers really think it's not so important to improve airplanes to make it more silent. It's not so important to improve landing and starting procedure. Just convince the population that it is not as tough as it is. So spill tablets, tables and charts and data over their head. Suddenly, you really think suddenly they will feel comfortable. Sorry to say. What do you think that is the fault of the population when they feel inconvenient? When at 2 o'clock in the morning, a plane rises me off my bed, do you really think it depends on the TV report I saw before? I don't think so. And the success of the dialogue forum is, the main success is there dies nobody on the airfield by a demonstration. They die at home by heart stroke. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. The ANIMA project coordinator would like to answer to this.
Yes, I don't know if the question is for me or for whom, but I can try to give a reply, if it's a reply. For sure, the aircraft noise at 2 o'clock in the morning is something that is certainly unbearable. I think that most of the airport, people are trying, I mean, the authorities are trying to avoid this. I don't know about Vienna. I know some other airports where there are some curfews. This being said, we have, once again, we have to consider and to deeply consider this. And I can speak only for myself, but I think that we are well aware of this. The point is that we are also questioning our way of life and the social utility, usefulness of air transport. An officer from the European Commission, from DG Move, I think, was talking about our, collectively, about our choices. The very same people that are very annoyed and sometimes up to some health consequences by aircraft noise or other source of noise are the same who are often willing to be delivered the day afterward they order something on the internet. And so there is probably a kind of, to use a Greek word, hubris about our societies, and we don't know, or up to now we didn't know how to cope with this, how to satisfy the need and the consumption need for free and quick travel, for quick delivery of anything and everything the day after, with this mass transportation, and the very problem you are mentioning and we are acknowledging. So far, personally, I don't have the reply, and I think nobody has the reply. And that's why this kind of forum are not only, that's, of course, I understand it could be seen, as you said, it could be seen cynically as just a way displayed by authority to put aside the issue, saying I put a committee, and when they are talking, the time they are talking, they are not complaining or demonstrating. That could be true. That could be also a successful way to really not find a solution, because once again, there is probably no solution, but a way to mitigate or alleviate the situation of people. I'm sorry, I have no better reply. I understand what you say, and I acknowledge what you say also. Thank you. And if I may, as for ANIMA, ANIMA is a research project. It's just research. We are proposing some way. Yes, I would like to say this also. I changed my hat, sorry. I remove my hat of ANIMA coordinator, and I take my hat of European citizen. I can testify as a European citizen of the huge amount of money paid every year by the European Commission to make some research on aircraft, to lower the noise of aircraft at source. That's incomparable. There are many projects, but that once again, that's a problem of a policy problem. There have been some strong progresses, step forward on aircraft noise. Nobody would support today, endure today the noise of an aircraft of the 70s. It's really impossible. But as far as the noise decreases, the zone around the airport for construction shrink, and the housing come closer. And so 20 years afterward, you have the same problem that 20 years before with closer habitations. So that's also a problem, really a political problem. And once again, we as ANIMA, we don't have this solution. The solution to this problem, we can just propose some way to address locally, because the solution that will be acceptable for a community, let's say in Spain, will not be acceptable by the community in Austria or in Scandinavia. Thank you.
Indeed, Laurent, thank you very much. So there's no solution that fits everything. Yeah. I would like to continue with two last questions. And these ones are for Sam. If we could display them, thank you very much. So Sam, two questions for you. Will your next survey ask about the value residents place on aviation in their lives, as well as reductions of noise? For example, losing jobs or losing flights?
Thank you, Alexandra. Yeah, thanks for the question. Yes, the answer is it will. And we did actually ask this question in the last survey. I've just been looking up what the responses were like last summer. As I said, we aren't drawing any conclusions from it at this stage. It is just very much a benchmark, and we'll be surveying again this year. But I mean, slightly linked to what Laurent just said about people having different views and sometimes inconsistent views. You know, we found that of the people we asked about the value of the aviation industry around the airports last year, first of all, 21% of them were actually connected to the airport in some way. 45% of them said that the economic benefits of living near the airport outweighed the disbenefits of the noise. But on the flip, and finally, 93% were satisfied with their local area where they lived. On the flip side, 66% agreed that the environment, including noise, should be given a much higher priority over the aviation industry recovery post-COVID. So we are asking those questions, and we'll continue to ask them because they are a very important context in the work that we're doing.
The second question now. Wouldn't restriction based on single certification values instead of the combined margin be a solution to this problem?
So if that was a question aimed at me, I assume it's to do with the certification of aircraft in terms of noise quotas and so on. I think at the moment in ICANN we actually take the opposite view, that actually a suite of measurements and a suite of metrics is a better way of not just making regulations and making setting restrictions, but also communicating them to local communities. So the reliance, for example, on simply on quota count for night noise in the UK, or indeed for averaging metrics for noise action plans and targets and so on, I think we feel is probably outdated now. And actually what we should be doing, and some airports are already doing this in the UK and I'm sure in Europe as well, is looking beyond that and looking to event metrics and things that mean more to local communities. Now, that's really difficult to actually set restrictions and to regulate against. And actually, as I said at the start, it's really about building a suite of metrics to try and communicate what it really means, what the real life impact of flying and indeed restrictions, if possible, are to people. So I think at ICANN, certainly in the UK, we would take a slightly different view on that one.
Okay, thank you very much for answering this, Sam. In general, thank you to all of you for engaging with us. And just before we close the event, I would like to proceed with the concluding remarks. And for this, I will invite back Roald. He is the one coordinating the working group working on this novel approaches developed by ANIMA. So, Roald, thank you very much.
Thank you, Alexander. I feel that I have the honor actually to make these concluding remarks, but I think there are a lot of people here in the room that deserve the same role, probably more than me. But first of all, I would like to thank you all for participating in this event. Of course, the speakers, people who asked questions or just listened through the whole session, which was quite long, especially if you are remote. And we all now know how that is. And in particular, I would like to thank, of course, the Airport Vienna for inviting us here in their new building. And last but not least, the team from ARC. And especially the ladies that helped us here. Elena, Gabriela, Anna, Alexandra. And of course, our audio and video team over there, because otherwise, if I don't thank them, the microphone will stop working. I know how that works. And I'm very happy that we could have this event in this hybrid form. And I think that this form actually worked really well. And we will probably get used to organizing these future events. And if this helps spreading the message around and engaging with more people, I only see positive points in that point. We are at a turning point, not only in dealing with the COVID pandemic, but also in the aerospace domain. Maybe if we reflect back to this time from the future, we see this as a new beginning for a next generation of air travel. Will this be the moment where we said to each other, what are the benefits of air travel? What did we miss last year? Visiting friends and family, living abroad and maybe in a different continent, working together by different cultures and making sure we understand each other and work together, as we did not have another world war for already 75 years? Or did we enjoy the silence at night? Not being disturbed by morning awakeness. Did this period increase or decrease our quality of life? Did we get more work or less work? Did we lose our job, investments that did not play out? Or did we get a better earth and incentives to deal with climate change? The ANIMA project started in 2017, when we knew noise annoyance was a genuine problem, and we had to use different innovative ways to deal with the annoyances not explained by our noise models. We have gone in new areas using our latest state-of-the-art technology of mobile apps, virtual reality, social media, to find ways to get answers to how to cope with noise annoyance. And we did, and the results are still rolling in this final year of ANIMA. We have looked at quality of life and found some answers, but not all. We need to continue our research, help our airports to talk to their communities and understand how to balance living near airports, providing work and care for the environment. Some questions are not answered. We saw last year a fast decline in air traffic, but complaints did not decline in the same magnitude. We did need to balance the challenges of emissions and noise annoyance. So we need to balance them. In ANIMA, we did interdependency studies on this topic that need to be elaborated. But we are concerned that the focus on the Green Deal may shift away important work on understanding and dealing with noise annoyance, the most prominent problem for people living around airports. For the prospect of sustainable fuels, electrification, and hybrid propulsion, noise annoyance isn't the way. But would attitude, a non-acoustical factor, towards air travel change if we go to these more sustainable ways of propulsion? We simply do not know, so our work is not yet done. But I would like to end this talk with a positive note. The COVID crisis has shown us that we humans are flexible. Maybe not always in relation to noise annoyance, but we are able to adapt. Work more from home, invent new medicines, mass-produce new protective cares against viruses, develop vaccines, and use the infrastructure that there is to deliver these goods over the globe. And air traffic did their important contribution in that part. Some things may change, like different carbon-free propulsion, but we still have airports and air transport. So we need to use all our capabilities, especially innovations and new research, to improve quality of life for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and very well pointed. Our work is not yet done, and we see already the need for future research, and I do hope that ANIMA will continue this. I guess this is it. We have reached the end of our event. Thank you very much for joining us today, both virtually and in person. Everything will be shared with you. We will send a follow-up email. I would like to give my thanks to the speakers for making this event possible, as well to the ones who hosted us, Vienna Airport and Vienna City. And what can I say? Let's keep in touch. We learned today a lot about communication and engagement, and let's continue towards that direction. Thank you.